Video games do a thing that no other industry does. You cannot be bad at watching a movie. You cannot be bad at listening to an album. But you can be bad at playing a video game. And the video game will punish you and deny you access to the rest of the video game. No other art form does this. You've never been reading a book and 3 chapters in, the book has gone, what are the major themes of the book so far? And you've gone, well, I don't know what. For fuck's sakes!
Hello and welcome to another episode of the Rollin' 20s. We are the show that says that the world finally has its very first supervillain, and his name is Bill Belichick. I am Jeremy.
Jesse.
And Pete.
Remember, you can find this show and several others in the MSP library at missionstarpodcast.com. You can like us on Facebook, subscribe to us on iTunes and on Stitcher. Follow us on Twitter at the Rolling 20s. You can send us any fan mail, suggestions for the show, or hate mail at mspfreight@yahoo.com. The music you heard for the show was by Machine Supremacy. You can find most of their discography for free download at machinesupremacy.com, as well as their latest couple of albums on amazon.com. The clip you heard was by Dara O'Brien. He did a little bit of a speech during a stand-up routine on video games. You can find more videos about him on youtube.com. How are you guys doing?
Could be better.
Obviously, there was that nice gap in between that really made it sound like the hamster spinning the wheel was just tired.
Mm-hmm.
So, anything really going on? Because I'm getting ready for a convention here in a couple days.
Oh, shit, another one?
Yeah, Long Beach Comic-Con invited me to come out. It's been been highly reviewed, so it sounded like a trip. And between you guys and me, I like going to downtown Long Beach for cons more than I like going to Anime Expo.
Mm.
You know, it's not the safest place. There are, like, semi-aggressive homeless in the area and everything, but it's beautiful down there. Lots of shops, lots of nice restaurants, couple clubs. You know, a choice of a few things to do, at least.
Yeah, I just got done with another convention last week, and I just don't think I could do another one so soon. But I did do something at that con I think might make me a bit jealous.
What?
How many bronies did you ride?
What?
He was at a My Little Pony convention.
Yes, I was. But,
So I was just asking him, what did he mount?
Continue.
hold on, I'm trying to load the picture up.
He's going to show the fur pile he was in.
Oh, screw you.
No, that was what you did in the fur pile.
I got my picture taken with one of the voice actors. V might recognize him.
I might.
I think she knows who Ron Jeremy is.
Come on, download. There we go. Oh, he looks really, really familiar.
Q.
Oh, yeah! Awesome!
His name is John Delancey, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Q is shorter way to get to that. Man.
So,
That's one
is that why you
looked
looked...
as opposed to 4?
I
Where's
wasn't
his other-
recognizing with his age.
I just want to know where his other hand is at, because you look slightly uncomfortable.
I know, I looked at that picture up there. What the hell am I doing?
You look like John Delancey grabbed your ass. You know, somebody stop him. He's looking for my Q continuum. You know, it couldn't be any worse than that picture we took at Kamikaze with Weird Al Yankovic. Steve, Jesse, and I are surrounding the guy. We're super excited, but we all have these awkward smiles, and then there's Al smiling really widely in the middle, as if to say, yes, please rescue me from these goddamn idiots. But actually, I'm really looking forward to Long Beach Comic Con because it was recently announced that Dita Von Teese, the legendary burlesque dancer, is going to be there. Chloe Bennett from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to be there. John Barrowman from frickin' Arrow and Doctor Who is going to be there. And just recently announced in the last couple weeks, Ralph Garman from Hollywood Babylon is going to be moderating and doing signatures down there.
Cool.
So I imagine Kevin Smith would be there, except he already promised himself down to Australia, so he's probably going to put a shrimp on the Barbie and, get high on dingo weed or something. What?
Oh, shrimp on a barb.
Shrimp on the Barbie is an Australian phrase, shrimp on the barbecue. It's not laying shrimp on a Barbie doll and then eating the whole thing. That's weird. But the subject of this week is the 2005 third volume of X Factor done by Peter David. We will get into that after we get through the news of the week. But we actually do have a crowdfunder to talk about before then. And thankfully, no, it's not about Minas Tirith. I was getting tired of just going, why the hell would you do this?
Yeah.
I found a new one this week regarding the iBackpack. It's being done by a company that just identifies its... Actually, the company doesn't identify itself. It's being done by people out in Austin, Texas. The idea is that it's a backpack that fits with modern life. It has 4 USB ports that plug into a battery at the bottom, a small charging system, or a small battery system in the bottom that you can charge up and use it as a mobile recharging station, multiple USB connection, a wireless hotspot, and a Bluetooth proximity locator. It also has a GPS tracking system in it.
Sounds like a good thing to have at cons.
Absolutely. It's not exactly solar powered like a lot of other stuff, but if you plug this in the night before, you're guaranteed your phone will work throughout the day at least.
I'm pretty sure they could make a solar power accessory for it.
Maybe. But it currently has 34 days left. It has 1,442 backers on Indiegogo.com. The goal to produce this is $50,000. They currently sit at $329,300.
Yeah!
It turns out that the basic version to get this as part of the crowdfunding is $199. It's slightly expensive, but I kind of understand why. They break it down to a point where it has pockets for your utilitary stuff, like your cords, your pencils, keys, and all that. Has a central pocket to hold things. Has a third pocket for laptops and or tablets. And then at the bottom is where the battery casing is. This is a full setup, and I think it even has a Bluetooth speaker system inside this thing. This is the whole deal when it comes to traveling.
Yeah, but my concern comes down to how heavy is this?
It looks like most of the gear doesn't take up much space. The speaker system is thin, possibly on one side. The batteries are solely in the bottom.
Well,
so there may be
batteries don't take up a whole lot of space, but they weigh like fucking bricks.
Well, there's only 2 small ones in there. It's not exceptionally large. This is not a huge backpack. You've seen that photography backpack I carry around to conventions?
Yeah.
This is thinner than that. This actually looks well spaced out. I don't have any numbers as to what it would conceivably weigh, but I can almost guarantee that it's going to be probably less than 8 pounds total. So there would be nothing unbelievable unless you loaded it down. But if I had a couple hundred of disposable income, I would strongly consider this. This is a good idea all around. I could replace my my current tech bag with this one. Actually, if you do $149 backing, you can get the backpack right now. It comes with 4 waterproof USB ports, 3.0, 2 6,000 milliamps lithium polymer batteries, Bluetooth audio system, retractable power cord, iPhone or Android controller apps, anti-theft notification protection system, Buyers Club discounts, and a lifetime limited warranty. That's pretty damn good.
Oh, yeah.
So you can find that project on Indiegogo.com. And from there, we can get into the news of the week. And as usual, we will start off with video game news. Something that probably interests everybody in this room. A little bit of news about Rise of the Tomb Raider coming out for Xbox One in about a month here. And then it'll be on PlayStation, I think, in about 7 months.
And PC?
I don't know about a PC version, but the news that came out was that Rise of the Tomb Raider, to make a better single-player campaign, has decided to forego multiplayer.
Okay.
There will be no multiplayer aspect whatsoever.
That's fine.
I never played the multiplayer of the last Tomb Raider.
Can't say I did either. And I kind of applaud that, because there's a lot of games that fall back on multiplayer for replayability. How about just making a better game?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would rather see an interesting single player because of a combination of sometimes it's difficult to find the right people to play with, and other times players can be utter douchebags.
Or the balancing of the multiplayer is just horrible.
Yeah. You know, I don't always have the best experiences depending on what kind of game it is. There was another report about the best Smash Brothers player in the world. The absolute best rated Smash Brothers player is feeling burnt out. The player's name is Gonzalo Barrios. He's known as Zero. He's the reigning champion of the esports scene when it comes to Smash Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
And because he's been maintaining himself at such a high level against a high level of competitive players, he's been playing so long, he's not feeling the same passion as he used to. He put a statement on Twitlonger that said, quote, "After thinking long and hard about it, I'm not going to play Paragon 2015 anymore. Ever since EVO, I felt a tremendous burnout in the game. I constantly push myself hard, and it's taking a toll on me. And I just can't take it anymore. It's really hard for me to sit down and practice like I used to because I'm just burned out from long hours of practice every day for most of this year. Most of my time is spent in working on my YouTube channel and other aspects of my life. The rest of the time is practice. But since I haven't been able to do that, I simply don't feel mentally prepared to compete at such a tournament right now. I haven't been sleeping properly, practicing properly, and I just don't feel well in general. I'm too stressed, burned out, and tired from everything. I need a break, and that'd help me get back on my Smash ways. I'm taking a 3-week break where I'll clear my mind, enjoy my life, and do things that make me happy and relax. Just have a good time. I'll be back for Big House 3, where I plan to be back stronger than ever. I talked to my manager and to Paragon about this, and they're both understanding. I apologize to all the fans who wanted to see me play at Paragon, but my health comes first, and I hope you guys can understand that." Unquote.
At the risk of sounding like an asshole, if that's how you feel about playing the game like that, you're probably playing it wrong.
Yeah.
Well, there's a difference, though, because he's playing it as a profession, not as a hobby, like most people.
Yeah, that's really...
That's a whole different level of stuff, and besides which, a couple bad showings at tournaments can get you disinvited to a lot of other ones down the road.
Yeah, that's true. So he'd have to make sure he's managing his stress levels so that he can compete adequately.
Let alone, this is probably his source of income, so he's got to be good at it. There's too many other people down there either willing to take your spot or just plain kick you out of it if you're no good at it. You know, goodness knows, I meet people every day who think they're tournament worthy, and then they get into a tournament and find out they're shit. Street Fighter V has a little bit of news this week about Rainbow Mika. One of the writers on Kotaku, Patricia Hernandez, says that Rainbow Mika may have the most devastating V-skill in the game. And it all comes from cutting a promo.
V-skill?
Yeah, I don't know what exactly that stands for because it was never detailed in the article. Obviously, she's writing it from the standpoint that you should probably know what this is already. But Rainbow Mika has what's called the mic performance V skill. She yanks out a microphone and cuts a promo standing right there in the game. And the promo, as she says it, is, quote, "Hey, first thing you do is hit the cardio. Next thing, go for full-on strength training. Don't do any less than 3 sets a day. Make sure to change your routine daily. You'll be all muscle. I guarantee it," unquote. And then being able to do that speech in its entirety in the game, which takes a good 15 seconds, actually has a sustainable effect. And thankfully, I don't have to describe this effect to you because some genius decided to put it on YouTube.
Of course.
Of course. I sent the video. Chaos Gaming. See, she's got the mic. This takes a while. I don't know anybody that lets you stand still for this.
So what are they doing? It's like...
It's a skill, but wait till you see... Sort of. Because when she does it, this happens. She's gonna miss a swing here first. See? But wait, watch this. She grabs him, throws, and utter damage.
Holy shit!
Jesus.
That V skill, being able to cut that promo in its entirety, powered up her throws to such a point she can almost one-shot kill anybody in the game. But the drawback is you got to be able to cut the entirety of the promo, which the likelihoods are low. So it seems like whoever put together Street Fighter V, between that and the booger flick taunt, has a strange sense of humor. When it comes to Warner Brothers Interactive, they have finally put out the Batman Arkham Knight patch.
For PC.
The one that's supposed to fix the PC game from all the horrendous issues.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the cliff notes on what it does is it reduces frame rate hitches, optimizes memory and VRAM usage, improve performance on all GPUs, but it requires the latest drivers to do so, fix low-resolution texture bugs, fix hitches when running on mechanical hard drives, and it also has more comprehensive in-game settings. There's other fixes that are more technical, but that's the base of what it does, as well as hopefully being able to allow you to actually play the fucking game.
Without, like, beating someone with a person?
Come on, that's half the fun. But, hopefully it'll be less ridiculous now. And last up in video game news, there is a guy who created the hardest Super Mario World level ever. Okay, his name is Alex, and he goes by the screen name Pangaea Panga. His YouTube channel was recently gutted.
What?
A large amount of his Mario playthrough videos had been removed by copyright claims on YouTube.
Oh.
As it turns out, this one apparently is not accidental. Nintendo itself is cracking down on the use of Nintendo games in YouTube playthrough videos.
Well, Nintendo's been doing that for quite a while, actually.
Well, they're getting more extreme about it because they want to cut down on anything they perceive as using a possible illegal version of the game. They want to make sure that everybody who puts up a video has bought it legally. And I don't quite know how they're going to keep track of that. In trade, the guy who put up the videos does admit some of the stuff he did the playthroughs with involved bots. They were speedrun videos. However, not all of them were, so some of his actual work was removed from the site. And Nintendo actually sent an email to him regarding this, which is part of a form email they send. It is a very long fucking email. Mm-hmm. The first paragraph is, quote, "We wish to inform you that the videos in question infringe on Nintendo's copyrights. As the owner of the copyright in the games Mario Kart 8, Super Mario World, and Pokemon, Nintendo has the exclusive right to perform the games publicly or to make derivative works based on the games. By making a derivative work using Nintendo's IP and then displaying Nintendo's IP on your YouTube channel, you have violated Nintendo's exclusive rights. Nintendo understands that its fans are the reasons for its success, and we're always happy to see people share their passion for Nintendo's games. At the same time, Nintendo's intellectual property constitutes its most valuable assets, and the unauthorized use of these assets jeopardizes Nintendo's rights. Because of this, we ask that you please remove the video in question from your channel and confirm that you will not post any videos using unauthorized software or copies of games, distribute or continue work on the modification, or take any other steps that will infringe on Nintendo's rights," unquote.
So basically their issue is with the bots?
That's part of it. They're also concerned about people taking illegal copies of the games and making videos, and in general, based on that statement, they're also worried about people posting videos of the games, period. Yeah. Because as some of what they said, by making a derivative work using Nintendo's IP, so it doesn't matter to them whether or not it's technically an illegal copy, just the fact that you use a Nintendo product is pissing them off.
Really?
Yep.
Pretty much. I'm not going to sit here and defend it. It's a dick goddamn move, especially since derivative works are usually the works that make it onto YouTube. But even then,
Nintendo makes it popular.
Yeah, but Nintendo's claiming that even derivative works is theirs.
I think they're assholes.
I don't own any current
There's
Nintendo
a line
systems.
for that.
I don't have any of Nintendo's current systems. I don't plan to own any of Nintendo's current systems. So this is really not an issue where I need to get involved. However, it's also becoming an issue where I don't want to get involved. In other words, I don't feel like owning any of their shit just because I don't know, goodness forbid, I play it in public and all of a sudden a Nintendo exec sees me. Hey, do that in the privacy of your own home.
Right. I just feel like they're shooting themselves in the foot with this.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, all those game videos are with free advertising.
All the free advertisement, yeah.
Well, apparently they do not see it that way. They see it as a problem.
They are blind.
All right. From there, we'll move into Marvel media news. We'll talk about the Marvel properties that aren't ending up on the comic book page. First off is good news for V. It involves one of her favorite subjects, and that's a Chris.
Which Chris?
Which one?
Chris Evans, the guy who plays Steve Rogers, a.k.a. Captain America for the Marvel movies.
Okay.
There were questions lately because, as we all know, with Age of Ultron, technically his contract of 6 movies for Marvel is up. He finished his obligations, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, somebody was interviewing him recently, and Collider, an interviewer with Collider sat down with him and asked him about the word of his contract. You know, what's he going to do now that his contract is technically up? If you remember, the first time we covered this almost a year ago, he had said that when his contract was up, he wanted to pursue directing. His statement now is, quote, "Listen, if Marvel wants me, they got me. I never had such a relationship where you have such... I mean, look at my resume. I'm used to being on set, being like, is this movie going to be terrible? Marvel just can't stop making great movies. They do it in their sleep. It's wonderful directors and producers and actors and scripts, and it's like a playground as an actor. It's so mind-boggling. I was so tentative in the beginning to jump on board. What an asshole I would have been if I hadn't done this. I mean, could you imagine kicking myself? I'd never forgive myself," unquote.
That's great. He's a great actor, at least in everything I've seen him in.
Fantastic Four.
Well, it's amazing, though, that
I
he's
haven't
also
seen
said...
that, actually.
Don't bother. It's amazing that he's also said that none of the choices he's made so far in Marvel movies are his. Their people were so direct that they even told him how to stand in scenes where he was just standing still and not speaking. So he's often said that he doesn't feel like his name deserves to be in any of the promo material for the movies just because he doesn't feel like he had to do a whole lot.
It's his face.
But as he said, he didn't feel like he had to do a whole lot. You know, all he had to do was get up in the morning and make sure he didn't have stubble.
And the makeup artist probably dealt with that, too.
Yeah. But Mark Ruffalo also dropped some interesting news regarding his work on Captain America Civil War. His role has been completely cut out of the film in post-production.
Oh, darn.
Yeah, he was... The Hulk in the comics was not part of the Civil War, and we discussed how that may be a game changer. As it turns out, they did write him originally into the Civil War script for the movie, but they decided to remove him. And according to Ruffalo, when he talked to Bad Taste, quote, "I thought I would be in the film, but evidently the reveal of what happened to the Hulk is something too big and Marvel wants to hold off on revealing it until later. My character had been inserted into the script, but then it was taken away. Who knows, maybe the Hulk will never return. However, they want to keep the revelation of what happened a secret because it's something really big," unquote.
Damn.
I'm both happy and sad about that because there's still no Hulk film on the Marvel schedule. So I have no idea where he'd poke back up at. And it sounds like they have something really important planned. So, goddammit, I would like information.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Marvel movies, remember when we talked last week, we discussed that Marvel Studios has now split from Marvel Entertainment.
Yep.
Yeah.
The movie division is now directly under the control of Disney. The TV division is still under the control of Marvel Entertainment. Part of the reason how this move happened, as it turns out, the details came out this week, that Kevin Feige, the guy who's in charge of Marvel movies, one of the guys that almost specifically gets credit for how these movies have turned out as a whole, he nearly quit.
What?
Wait, what?
According to sources, the arguments between Kevin Feige and the Marvel Entertainment Council, as it came to be known, were so heated that he nearly quit doing these movies altogether to go do something else.
Whoa.
So Feige was the one who approached Disney and basically said, "I can't deal with this shit anymore." And that's when Disney said, "Okay, so what you're doing now belongs to us." They'll do their thing, and that's where it ends. Now, some people have said that just shows there's a deep rift within Marvel and things are about to break down. To me, that shows the strength of what Kevin Feige has done, because how many people do you know of that can go to the CEO of the company they work for and say, "Your shit," when the CEO says, "Your shit," and then the guy running all this says, "Okay, I'm going to go talk to your boss," and gets his fucking way. You know what I mean?
That many people can tell Disney no and walk away with a smile.
Well, that just means that means Disney, the mouse put its foot down. You know, we don't want to lose this guy. Fuck you and your problems. We're taking it now. And a lot of the problems apparently point back to Ike Perlmutter, who's the CEO of Marvel Comics. Perlmutter he repeatedly stepped in several issues and kind of pushed development on certain movies. Some of the arguments apparently were what drove certain issues in different Marvel movies, and that's part of what nearly drove Feige to his utter breaking point. And to give you an example of what kind of person Ike Perlmutter is, he's the one that's been quoted as asking why people would want to see Black Widow toys.
Really?
Schnozzle.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
He's one of those. So with all this going directly under Disney, it could be that for the first time we may actually get a discussion about a Black Widow film.
Ooh. That would be great.
It's a possibility, but remember, only recently in the last couple of weeks has Kevin Feige taken Marvel Studios under Disney, and that means that without the Marvel Council, Brian Michael Bendis, Ike Perlmutter, and all these other voices interfering, maybe Feige can have more conversations about more characters getting movies. Maybe now he can actually get the Black Widow movie. Maybe now he can actually cut the deal that gets Mark Ruffalo back in the Hulk to do another film.
Maybe they could talk to Sony and get the rights back.
Right.
Spider-Man.
Sony's not the problem because they already have the rights to Spider-Man and they're working on that now. The ones you got to kick in the ass would be Fox.
Yeah. Get back Fantastic Four, hopefully do something decent.
No, fuck that.
Yeah,
you keep the Fantastic Four. Give me the X-Men. I want the X.
Yeah, no, I was getting there.
They can have the thing and
Saving
let him
the
rub
best
his...
for last.
Yeah,
exactly.
They can keep the thing and let him rub his thing all over Jessica Alba for all I care. No, I just want the X-Men. And we have a video that V's going to purr about, but it's only 31 seconds.
Uh-oh.
Because the time is drawn near, it is September, another season is coming, and that means ABC has released a new 30-second trailer to the current Season 3 of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wow!
Sorry.
I still need to see the last episode of the last season.
Oh, maybe you should not watch this then.
The last episode was fucking poetry. You need to do that
That was
now.
one of the best episodes of
One of my
television I've ever
roommates
seen.
watched it and accidentally deleted the DVR recording.
Okay, so...
I will
watched
let
him do
you
it.
borrow my Netflix to let you watch it.
Yeah,
You do it.
So go onto Hulu because a free account will allow you to do that. And as soon as you finish it, walk into your roommate's room, snap kick him in the head, and say, "Finished it, bitch."
Finish it.
Well, I sent the video.
My name's Daisy. I'm with S.H.I.E.L.D.
Daisy. No more Sky. It's Daisy now, bitches.
They built a team to defend the world.
What is happening to me?
I still can't believe that Bobby Morse is actually going to get her own show.
To save.
We call
Which
ourselves
she is?
Inhumans.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You were gone.
Face a threat.
I'm not scared of you. You should be.
Mac has gotten scary.
I like Max now. Well, I mean, I never did.
Look at that.
Oh wait, she's alive?
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Premieres
She?
Tuesday, September 29th on ABC.
What do you mean she?
Might be someone else.
That's not Reyna. That's Lash.
Lash.
We talked about it. That's the villain of this season.
Well, that's right.
I guess you don't know, V. It's been announced that the character of Bobby Morse is going to headline a spin-off called Marvel's Most Wanted.
Nice.
There's word that possibly Lance Hunter will be involved as part of the show, although that's not for certain. They still haven't said what the premise of this new spin-off is going to be yet. But it's probably not going to... I doubt they'll even begin work until early middle of next year, frankly. Because obviously this season of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is already in the can and done.
Nice.
So, is the split off happening after this season?
Very likely.
Okay.
I doubt they'll worry about it until the summer season at the very earliest.
Makes sense. But that's good.
But
Because Bobby and Hunter, especially if they get them both, do deserve their own shows. She's a really good character.
Well, think about it this way. The
Several
current
ones.
seasons of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. run about 22 episodes. Seasons of Agent Carter run about 8 episodes. That means there's still 22 weeks in there for something else to fit in that same slot during the week. That may be what they're shooting for, is like year-round Marvel TV.
Oh, I would be so down for that.
Well, speaking of Marvel TV, when it comes to Marvel Netflix, the showrunner on Daredevil talked a little bit about Easter eggs. His name is Stephen S. DeKnight. And he talked about one in particular that only the most eagle-eyed probably caught on to. And that was the image of the Steel Serpent.
Okay.
The Steel Serpent was the image that was used to identify the drugs that, what's her name, Madame Gao was pushing in the Daredevil series. Do you remember that with all the blind people?
Yeah.
Vaguely.
Okay. An interview with Newsarama, the interviewer asked, you mentioned Iron Fist, and your first season of Daredevil distinctly showed the Steel Serpent's logo, and some suspect that one of the villains could have been from Kunlun. Can you say anything about that? And Stephen DeKnight, dick that he is, all he responded with was, quote, I can neither confirm nor deny anything. I will say this, everything was intentional, unquote.
Of course it is.
Motherfucker. So there may be a lead into the whole heroine angle as to what's going to happen in the Iron Fist series, which still hasn't even cast the lead yet, as far as I know. Really like to know where that's going. They have announced a new casting for an ally for Matt Murdock in the Season 2 of Daredevil. They've cast the character of New York District Attorney Blake Tower. It's being done by an actor named Stephen Ryder. Blake Tower is a New York District Attorney who's actually a friend of Matt Murdock's.
He has friends? Other friends?
I know, who knew, right? Like, he has time between defending himself from Foggy and beating the shit out of everybody else he meets. But Tower actually is an ally for Matt Murdock and possibly the Daredevil by providing information on where to track down and capture criminals. He is a DA, after all. But it has also been said that Claire Temple, the character played by Rosario Dawson, will be appearing in Marvel's Luke Cage series. So there will be more interconnectivity between the shows. Also, when it comes to Season 2 of Daredevil, John Bernthal, the guy who's been cast from The Walking Dead to play Frank Castle, the Punisher. Dude, I think he's enjoying this a little bit more than I ever could have thought possible, because he walked into one of the sets to show off something for everybody to see. And he decided to show off the Punisher's man cave.
Oh, God.
No, he didn't show off his anus. Take a look at this image, because you'll understand right away.
Oh, nice.
There are more guns than I can identify or count in this image.
This would be his man cave.
Yeah.
I see an AK. That's the extent of my knowledge.
I see an AR-15. I see a MAC-10. I see an Uzi. I see a couple other smaller items there. I think I see a Stieg. But I love the fact that Bernthal's head is just right at the bottom of the selfie there. It's almost at that point where you expect the Punisher to rise up from the bottom of the image and just go, "Hey, what are you doing in here?
Get out."
He doesn't say get out, he just shoots you. Then he asks you what you're doing.
Shoot first, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But Luke Cage did have a little bit more casting information. 2 new castings were announced this week. Simone Missick has been cast as the role of Misty Knight. Misty Knight is one of Luke Cage's longest-running friends and on and again and off again love interest for the Iron Fist. She's a detective. She lost her hand at some point, and she had a cybernetic one grafted onto her right forearm.
I heard about this recently from the latest Death Battle, actually.
Well, sort of, because obviously you can't have the same details. Word is that in this series, she's going to get one donated to her by Stark Industries.
Cool.
But she's known as a very intelligent character and probably one of the more popular supporting characters in Marvel right now. In addition to that, they've also cast a villain for the Cage series. The character is known as Cottonmouth. He's a gang leader. The character's name is Cornell Stokes. And the actor is Mahershala Ali. That is a tough name to pronounce. I can send you his image because I'm sure he's one of those people you recognize more than you understand who in the hell he is. The guy's been all over TV and movies, but I don't think he starred in anything that I can name to you.
Scandal?
But I don't watch the show.
Me either.
According to the story on Newsarama, he most recently appeared in The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1, which is something else I have not seen.
Nope.
But they're casting a lot of strong actors for this series, so I'm looking forward to what they produce. Another report came out regarding Captain America Civil War, stating that part of the reason for the split between Ike Perlmutter and Kevin Feige was because of the growing budget for Civil War. Ike Perlmutter wanted them to rein in costs on the movie, and Feige was so resistant that this is where the talk of him quitting started. And I can kind of appreciate the problem because Civil War is a movie that's already featuring about a dozen different Marvel characters. Why would you want to cut that budget?
Yeah, you need the budget to A, pay people, and B, have all the effects that necessary.
Well, not only that, we've discussed before how Avengers Age of Ultron didn't strike everybody in the same way that the Avengers did. It was a successful movie, but some people had issues with it. Civil War is kind of their chance to reverse course on that and get things a little better ahead of Infinity War, which is going to be even more complicated, for fuck's sake.
I still don't understand why people didn't like the movie, or why anyone would not like those movies, but...
The most constant complaint I heard was that they thought Ultron was kind of a one-note villain, and... I don't quite know what they saw, because maybe he was a one-note villain, but what a fucking note.
Right? And not every villain needs to have more than one note.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest.
Absolutely. Speaking of which, a little bit of geek test here. You guys know in the movies they keep talking about Cap Shield being made out of vibranium?
Yeah.
Do you know what was originally supposed to hold those pieces of vibranium together?
No.
Adamantium?
Adamantium. It's pieces of vibranium sealed by adamantium.
I should have said that.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Yeah. However, that definitely can't be how it works in the movies because adamantium was part of the rights sold to Fox in the X-Men bubble.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'm kind of okay with that because adamantium is a made-up thing just along with vibranium anyway. So.
You know what though? If I was Kevin Feige, one of my first prospects would literally be to have a sit down with Fox because for fuck's sake, I would want Hugh Jackman to play Wolverine for me once before he goes away.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have difficulty picturing someone else filling his shoes as well.
It wouldn't even have to be a major role, just a cameo. Have him come in and claw the Hulk in the crotch or something. Just something funny.
Or no, with Cap just running about, just like looks over, James? Just.
Or he wings the shield and all of a sudden there's this gigantic ringing sound and there comes Wolverine staggering out of the forest holding his head. Also up in Marvel media news, there's a director who wants a crack at a sequel for the Fantastic Four film.
The one that just bombed?
The one that just bombed, yes. There's a guy named Tommy Wiseau.
There's a huge crater to fill there.
Yeah, there's a guy named Tommy Wiseau that says he can pick it up and he wants to run with it. The only thing I've heard of Wiseau doing is a movie called The Room, which I'm not familiar with. He said, quote, I told you I saw this Fantastic Four. I'm not being critical, but let me put it this way. I like it. I did enjoy it, number one. Number two, it's too bad they didn't call me. That's all I want to say, and I rest my case. That's all I can tell you. Good response in Europe, though. That's my understanding, but it's too bad they didn't call me, and that's my point. Maybe if there's a sequel, maybe your article gets me that job. Who knows what'll happen, unquote.
So
I can't tell.
He's saying he liked something about the movie, but he could do better with it.
Oh.
Yeah, that sounds like the most self-serving statement I've heard when it comes to asking for a job.
The Room was a movie in 2003, 3.5 stars out of 10, and 35% Rotten Tomatoes rating.
Oh, so his movie was about as good as Fantastic Four. Okay.
It was actually,
no, yeah, his ratings were better. Obviously, he would make a better film. I couldn't say it'd be a good film. But last up in Marvel media news, there was some concept art that was released this week that showed what the movie version of Herbie the Robot and the Fantastic Car could have looked like. And I have not seen the Fantastic Four film, but I honestly think that based on these designs, these things could have helped the movie. They were removed due to production costs, but these actually look kind of cool. I sent you guys the link so you can take a look at the gallery.
It reminds me of Wall-E.
Yeah, all the designs of the robot have to do with it balancing on a soccer ball, which is an interesting idea.
Yeah.
It looks like a homemade robot. I think they're cool designs, but the Fantastic Car looks like an interesting piece of cobbling. Look at that gutted Lamborghini.
Looks like there's
three or four different.
Cool.
Yeah, there's three or four different versions where they just kind of took vehicles and modified them. I really like the last.
Van.
Yeah, I like the modified Scooby van there. That's pretty interesting. I like these ideas.
I would totally have that van. That's boss.
Now I'm really curious what Josh Trank said when he said his version would be better. This is part of his version. I would like to see this movie.
Wait a minute. Is one of these Herbies actually made out of Legos?
It looks like parts of both of these versions are.
Yeah, it
I
is.
see Legos on both of those. But that's well constant nowadays. There are robotics competitions that involve Legos as building pieces. So it's not entirely unheard of. But yeah, I would like to see what his version of this movie would have been. However, you know that Fox is never going to let that see the light of day.
Their loss.
Well, from there we move into DC media news, and first up is Jason Momoa. Jason Momoa, as everybody knows by now, Momoa has been cast as Aquaman in Batman v Superman and in further DC projects apparently going forward. At Fan Expo Canada...
Still can't picture that.
I mean, there's images of him in the armor with these weird tattoos all over him. He looks like... He'd almost look like what I would assume is the human disguise of Santa Claus's cousin, Krampus.
Isn't Aquaman from at least from the last one we watched, like, blonde and blue-eyed?
Yes, and Momoa is neither of those things. Neither are the pictures of him in the armor. He's still dark-haired, and he looks very evil and like he's getting ready to just, hold up the body of a... He looks like he's getting ready to hold up the body of a Lannister on that fucking trident.
I still, I know we've gone over this before, but I still cannot picture him as freaking Aquaman.
Well,
sorry.
It's okay, because some people asked him at Fan Expo Canada about what he's doing for his character, since a lot of people still think of Aquaman as one of the easiest jokes in comics. And he said, quote, "It's cute and funny. People make fun of him. There's a bunch of jokes about him, but I'm like, just wait. Let's just wait a little bit, and then you can make jokes," unquote. I can't tell if he was answering the question or just outright threatening the crowd.
I'm sure that as long as there's good directors and writers behind this, that he'll do well with that. Right now, it's hard to picture.
Yeah, Momoa talked to Entertainment Weekly last week, and he said, quote, "The whole mythology of Aquaman is pretty amazing. There's so many things to tell. There's a whole backstory that's just amazing. There's a lot of surprises coming. I think, yeah, he's been cast aside in the past, but times are going to change now, buddy. We don't want to just reinvent it, but Snyder has got a whole idea of what Aquaman should be, and I'm really honored to be playing it. I'm really excited for the world to see it," unquote. I'm curious, but I have not had faith in Zack Snyder in quite a long time. The guy worries me, but that's about all I can say. God, does anybody have $900 I could borrow?
No.
Because Sideshow Statues, Sideshow Collectibles, they're putting out a statue. It is, I think it is a 1/3 scale of the Arkham Knight from Batman Arkham Asylum. It is huge, man. This thing is 33 inches tall. Take a look at this. It is monstrously detailed, complete with LEDs in the helmet to simulate the eyes that you see throughout the game.
33 inches? That sounds like a half scale.
It's almost 3 feet tall. And the initial offering includes a variant where you can change the color of the chest plate and change the helmet so he looks like the Red Hood.
Oh, that's cool.
It is an incredible piece. However, $900 and 33 inches would be something very hard to sell to my wife.
Yeah.
You know, even though she lets me do a lot of stuff with Sideshow, and I do have like a dozen of their pieces in storage, I'm sure that even she would hear that and just go, so, you don't need that left testicle anymore, do you? And hopefully the only reason I would have bought something like this is because I sold one, otherwise I would have a whole lot of problems. It is really an impressive piece, though. It's very finely detailed, complete with the ability to change out the weapons on this thing, so it's either carrying the rifle or dual pistols. It is a great-looking statue. But, yeah, a little too rich for my blood. V, another thing that's going to make you really happy and probably have you make a sound that's going to kill what's left of my hearing.
I'm sorry.
The CW has released the full trailer for season 4 of The Arrow. Oh, thank God.
That was a swoon.
Yeah. She took my feelings into account, which I appreciate. Not exactly podcast worthy, but at the same time, I was bracing.
I will try not to break your eardrums henceforth.
No, you can. You know, you promise that. The next thing you do is probably just they're gonna find me dead in my space, ears, brain leaking out of my ears as pure liquid.
You have to understand. Part of the reason why people do listen to this is to watch us suffer or listen to us suffer.
Yeah. And me being the most vocal one is the easiest to hear me suffer.
Oh yeah.
All right, ready.
All right,
Ready.
I sent the video. And the world was dark. Oh, wait, there we go. Warner Brothers, DC
Green
Comics.
Batman?
Yeah, we knew all this stuff already.
The
Why don't we
CW.
just skip to the meat?
The hero's dead.
There he is.
He
Oh my
looks
God,
almost
all he-
happy.
Be that.
He's in
He's
Suburbia.
smiling.
Want it to be.
He doesn't look like he knows how to smile.
And I
He's
don't
kissing a Muppet.
This is so cool!
Oh, so they think Ray Palmer's
Oliver
dead.
walked away.
Look, there's Diggle in his new clothes.
Nothing we'd ever seen before. Well trained.
Was he cosplaying as Magneto?
We need the hero.
Was that his sister, is Speedy?
Yeah. They set that up in the final season, in the final episode.
I do not watch the show.
I'm kind of wondering why I'm still watching. Oh, there was Constantine.
Yeah, there was Merlin, too.
Oh!
The guy from the IT crowd.
Do you?
There's Damien Dark.
I'm Damien Dark. So you're all fretting about this city dying.
I still can't believe that there
I'm
isn't a
here on
character
behalf
named
of
Evil
organization.
McEvilton if
I
you're going to have
want you
Damien
to
Dark.
let it die.
This town started going to crap the moment you put on that hood. You brought madness into all our lives and the monster you were.
So the captain knows who the Arrow is now,
I
huh?
respect
Yep.
order.
Yeah.
His identity has been revealed to everyone, I think. All the major characters.
Yeah, he sucks at secrets.
Even when we're out there, we are not out there together.
You both almost got killed tonight because you didn't have each other.
As soon as his sister found out, she was like, I am so dumb.
Not in my job description.
When people go in the pit, they don't cut
Couldn't
off
find a
the
better name than Speedy, though, huh?
Oh, that's the name he left the police.
Oh.
You can't be the Arrow. He died. So who are you?
You're about to find out.
Still talks like he's constipated.
Yeah.
Since when are you such a badass?
Since always.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't like the way the actor is portraying the Damien Dark character.
I like that actor, it's just that he's too mustache-twistingly evil.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm certain I'm probably going to enjoy the next season.
Okay. Well, I also have an image, like a full body image of what the character of Diggle's going to look like in that new uniform, and I don't get it. I'm looking at it, and he looks like a villain from a Sylvester Stallone movie from like 1989. It looks
Still
very,
says the cosplaying as Magneto.
I'd say it looks very utilitarian, except for that helmet. That helmet looks uncomfortable and a bit weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, the helmet is a little weird. Everything else will look normal, like when it's all black and dark out.
Yeah, see, Jesse, you say
Yes.
he's dressed up like Magneto, and I say with that T on his face, he's not Mr. Terrific. He's Mr. Kind of Okay.
The helmet is strange.
It's a very
I
bad
think
choice.
it's there to hide a lot of his facial features. That's the only thing I could think of.
You know, you could do that with a motorcycle helmet and still have more of your peripheral vision than this thing would allow.
Yeah.
For a guy who's supposed to be carrying a gun and being the backup, you need more vision than this thing would give you.
Oh yeah.
So I don't quite get that
I
choice.
bet you he won't be actually wearing the helmet much, if at all.
I pray not, because I only have so much laughter to give.
Oh, you wear as much as Chris Hemsworth did for Thor.
Okay, he didn't wear it that much because women love to see that blonde hair waving in the wind, and you know that.
Yeah.
But I have another video because the CW also released a 30-second trailer for the Season 2 of The Flash, which starts up pretty soon here.
Ooh, I think I saw
That's right.
that
We've
one.
only had Season 1 so far.
Yep. I sent the video.
My name is Jay Garrick.
Ooh, we're starting off with a
The
bomb.
world is in danger.
Hello.
What other worlds are there?
Jay Garrick, man, that's OG Flash.
When you created the singularity above Central City, you created a portal. If he got
Okay,
to
so now we have the DC multiverse in play.
Oh, fun.
Man, could handle a gun. You should see my Nerf collection.
Wow.
Okay, total nerd.
Showtime.
Yeah, but
What, he has a bat signal?
Maybe. We've read before where the concept of this season is that the Flash is public knowledge, not his identity, but the fact that he exists. So people expect him to be a superhero now.
Yeah.
And we saw towards the end there, we finally saw what Edge's face, or the Atom Smasher's face at the end of that promo. I still say that helmet and rig he's got around his neck look ultimately uncomfortable. But that's all personal standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And I apparently have one more video this week, and it's a little bit of a longer one at 4 minutes. It's one where Captain Cold is apparently vying for leadership in the Legends of Tomorrow TV series. I imagine it's going to have some... At 4 minutes, it's got to have some behind-the-scenes featurettes, because I don't think this show is anywhere near release until next year. So they're probably padding it a little bit. I sent the video.
The premiere of DC's Legends of Tomorrow is steadily marching closer to today, and we caught
Okay.
up with the cast to jump
Nice
into
pun.
the future and find out what the time stream holds for their characters in Season 1.
First of all, we got very lucky because we got all the characters we wanted. You know, it's
Really?
one thing to pick the characters, but then it's
Really?
another thing to get the actors to say yes. And the way we made the choices were, who are the greatest hits? Which characters?
Who are the
we
greatest
developed
hits?
on Flash and Arrow.
Technically, I think when it comes to the Flash and Arrow, I don't think you've hit the greatest hits
Obviously,
yet.
we've met your character on The Flash, and he plays the leadership role for a bunch
well,
of
the Arrow
roles.
has 4 seasons.
How is that going to
Well,
kind
3
of
seasons
transfer
prior.
over to the Legends? Because is he going to try and take a leadership role there too?
I think it'll transfer badly, is my guess. And it's also my hope. I think that's what kind of makes for interesting...
So this interview happened at
as an audience
Comic-Con.
member. I don't want to tune in and see a bunch of people getting along. It is heroes and villains working together to take on this super villain, but that doesn't mean it's one big happy family. It might be quite the opposite.
Obviously, we're
Does
all gonna
Wentworth
have
Miller
our
have some
kind of
gray on top of that
choices
head?
that play into this, and we're
Yeah,
all
I
gonna
think
kind
so.
of rub against each other in weird
That's
ways.
Hawkgirl?
But with
Yep.
Hawkgirl, she's just at her origin. She doesn't even know if she's a superhero. She's just like, I have this weird power, and I feel like I have these memories that I don't.
Still haven't
understand.
really had a good view of what
Hawkgirl
Hawkgirl is.
Kind of the least
She's a
established
classic
as a
character in
hero
DC from the
or an
60s.
Well,
She's-
I
she's
meant
what
new
she
as in
is.
has she hasn't been introduced in any of the shows yet, right?
If memory serves, she was actually seen for a couple seconds at the end of the season finale of The Flash, while everyone's staring at the Singularity. But she hasn't had any dialogue or character moments yet.
Okay, I like that explanation.
Exactly. There you go.
What is it about Ray that Rip Hunter sees and says, yes, he needs to be a part of the team?
He's crazy and he's handsome and he has a huge package.
Genius, obviously. But I don't know. I mean, I think that
I think it's
Ray
probably
has a lot
because
of
he's
cool
got the biggest
capabilities, not
fucking
only
brain
does
out
he
of
have
the,
a
out of the
cool
bunch.
suit, that does awesome
Well, you did
things,
hear
but
that when he was
I
playing
think
Superman, they kept trying to find ways to hide his penis, right?
all the other,
Yeah, I heard that.
personalities that are
Maybe he's just not a
How is
grower.
that going to work with him having to team up with
Apparently, he's
probably anti-heroes,
a
but
murderer
like
with that
superheroes
thing.
and supervillains?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I guess maybe he.
Maybe
would
that's
be
why he has to
against
become
it
the
at
Atom,
first,
so he
but
can shrink and
understand
make it more
ultimately that
useful.
They're meant to work together. They're supposed to work together and be excited and rally.
Only throwing out an
the
idea.
Of turning them.
Obviously, we now know that you're going to come back in some way, but how has death changed Sarah Lance?
I mean,
How
we've
has
seen
death
Steve's
changed Sarah
character
Lance?
on Arrow that
Say that
she,
again.
You know, she went a little crazy. And for Sarah, she's been dead a long time. And I would imagine that that crazy is amplified, especially considering she was already a little...
So she's
Sarah Lance.
unpowered
See your
magic?
other half, and could it possibly be different?
No, she was brought back by external means.
Yes, the first episode of The Flash
Through,
Season 2,
like-
you will see all of this explained, and it will
It's-
come to
it's-
fruition, and you will
In DC
have
lore, it's called a
clear
Lazarus
of
pit.
what's to come.
Yeah, that's what.
It's got this primordial ooze in it that when you toss a body in, it
I
rejuvenates
feel
it and
like
brings
this
it
team has
back.
to come together to fight those villains. Tell me about Vandal Savage becoming the big bad for the first season.
Well, Vandal is an immortal, and
yeah, that's a big name to drop in.
Vandal Savage, absolutely,
is kind of a tall order. But when we have assembled a team as formidable good guys and bad guys, we kind of had to pick the
Still
most
wish there was a better
Rory with the mustache and goatees.
I understand why people are excited about the character of Rip Hunter. I just wish there was a better name than Rip Hunter. It sounds like he's looking for ass.
In the early episodes, the more pressing dangers
definitely sounds like a British name.
Killing each other, because we're sort of our own worst enemy, and just to see these people traveling through history and would you trust Leonard Snart going back into the 70s? No.
Why not? Maybe he'll make disco cool again.
By reading the entire run of Arrow season 2.5 right now on Read DC Entertainment.
We'll give it a shot.
Make sure you guys
can't guarantee I'll like it.
So you can keep up to date
I got reasons to like it and reasons not to. I won't say I won't try.
I'll watch it.
There was recent word that came out this week that the actor who played what's his name? Harrison Wells throughout season 1 of The Flash.
Yeah.
The actor has actually been on set and working for season 2. So
really?
There's speculation that he may not be playing the Reverse Flash anymore. He may actually be the character of Harrison Wells for the first time.
Oh, the real one.
Yes. So that's only guesswork, though, because nobody knows for sure, and you can bet they're going to hold that secret pretty damn close to the chest.
Yeah.
From there, we go into general media news. We'll talk about the nerdy interest that does not have anything to do with Marvel or DC. And first off is a confirmation of something we read about 4 weeks ago. It's official. Star Wars Episode 8, the movie coming after The Force Awakens.
Mm-hmm.
The villain of the film will be played by Benicio del Toro. He's officially signed on to be in the movie.
Cool.
So the guy who played the Collector most recently in Guardians of the Galaxy, and he has a movie coming up, I think it's called... Actually, I don't remember what it's called. But he will be in an upcoming film for Star Wars. I think that's a good pull. But there was further Star Wars news when it comes to Anthony Daniels. Do you know who that is?
No.
Anthony Daniels played C-3PO in the original trilogy, and he did it again for The Force Awakens. He's the voice of C-3PO. Right. He talked a little bit about the level of secrecy when it came to the working on this latest Star Wars film. And he said, quote, "The secrecy has been beyond ludicrous. For heaven's sake, it's a movie. When I got the script, it was typed in black. It was typed in black on paper of the deepest red so you couldn't photocopy it. I got a hangover just reading it." Unquote.
Interesting.
Yeah, then he talked about a bad experience he had in dealing with the film's PR teams, and he tweeted that he met someone who's playing a new role in Star Wars Awakens, and then, quote, "I said that I met so-and-so, an actor who plays a thing in the film, a character. Immediately I received a message from Disney, remove the tweet, you're not allowed to say that." Honestly, it's kind of a Kremlin attitude. Look, I know perfectly well not to tell you now what I'm giving you for a Christmas present because it would spoil the surprise. And these films are all about opening the box on Christmas Day, unquote.
At least a week before.
Yeah, he had to eat a bunch of poo, and sounds like in making that one. Speaking of bombshell information, J.K. Rowling said something that broke the minds of Harry Potter's fans.
Oh?
Yeah, one of the Potter's fans, also called Potterheads, reached out to Rowling and asked a very important question. There was a character named Dominica, which was sorted into Slytherin on the Potterhead website, but after taking the test again the other day, she found out that her allegiance had changed and she was now in the House of Hufflepuff. So this person tweeted J.K. Rowling to find out what that might mean, and the response from Rowling was, quote, "You're a Slitherpuff," unquote.
Slitherpuff?
Yeah, as it turns out, there are hybrid houses when it comes to Hogwarts. There are characters that can fit into multiple houses.
What?
Oh, Harry was capable of fitting in multiple houses as well. So
yeah,
it's not really anything new. But
well, I understand that, but a lot of people attributed that to Harry Potter's influence on the hat. As it turns out, the hat can actually make multiple decisions for a single character. Professor McGonagall and Peter Pettigrew were also characters that belonged to multiple houses. Even though Hermione ended up in Gryffindor, she was almost in Ravenclaw for bravery and intelligence. So the hat does take the personal preference into account, but it can make multiple decisions and move people from house to house. So it is not set in stone like a lot of people assumed. Game of Thrones news.
Ooh.
Richard E. Grant has been cast in a role in the series, but they haven't said which one. Richard Grant, he's been in a lot of stuff, but the biggest thing I can remember him in was the Christmas episode of Doctor Who that involved vicious snowmen. He was the guy with a top hat. He was a doctor or something. I couldn't name for you exactly what the character name is because I was only halfway paying attention, and the whole vicious snowmen thing kind of ate up my attention.
As it should.
Yeah, he's also been in Dig, Downtown Abbey, Girls, and Spice World.
I think I remember him, yeah.
You know his face if you saw it. But according to IO9, that may make it official. Game of Thrones may have run out of British actors to cast.
Why?
They may have used them all up. They may have used one in every role they could find. But there's also news about some scenes that are being filmed right now that may have to do with the Winds of Winter when it comes to Game of Thrones, the book that's not out yet. Word is that they're now filming scenes that may have to do with the Greyjoy family, including actors who are playing Euron and Aeon Greyjoy.
Ooh, finally.
But here's the thing. Alfie Allen has been seen on location in Baltinoy, Northern Ireland. He's the guy who plays Theon Greyjoy and Reek in the series. Except apparently the role he's playing in this particular part of the series is not Reek. He's actually back to being Theon Greyjoy.
Ooh, they're doing a flashback probably.
Yeah, there's two different sources who have said that have witnessed the filming and have said that they confirmed his presence among the Ironborn to the Watchers on the Wall website. And it has been confirmed that Alfie Allen is in Ballantoy. And Ballantoy is where they film all the Iron Island scenes.
I would assume it's a flashback, but...
That's a good assumption, but we won't know till it comes out. There's a new Office comedy coming out about people in an office trying to stop from becoming vampires.
Okay.
It's a new Office comedy, and the title of the film was enough to make me sit down and watch the trailer. It's called Blood-Sucking Bastards.
Okay, the title's entertaining.
Yeah. I like
it's from the mind of an LA comedy troupe called Dr. God. Brian James O'Connell is getting directing credit. And the bones of the story are familiar, but, it may be one of those things that meant more of an homage and a ripoff. Do you want to see the trailer?
Sure.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, apparently the whole thing stems from an office situation where an office hires somebody to increase sales within whatever the hell it is they're doing. And it turns out the new sales manager they hired, no spoilers, he happens to suck blood. So,
ready?
I sent the video. That's a hell of a way to start.
Already.
Yeah, three people cut in blood in an elevator. And that one guy looked way too calm.
One guy was having fun with the music.
Can we talk privately? Just somewhere else.
Oh, this guy.
You guys put together the numbers for Friday's presentation yet?
What presentation?
Oh, did he just beat a guy up with a dildo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm making a pretty big announcement today.
I think he's gonna make me sales manager.
Yeah.
I'm proud to announce our new manager of sales, Max Phillips.
I knew that was happening.
What do we sell here?
Shake weights.
Our mustaches. The Abonatrix.
No, Michael. We sell dreams. That's my name.
What the hell do they sell?
This month.
$1 million in sales. And if we don't, we'll be forced to kill all of you.
You better do what he says.
Okay.
Max's cleaning house.
We're gonna get this place lean and mean, Theodore.
Is it just
The wordplay's not bad.
It's getting darker.
And colder, too. Look.
Oh, God, he's playing with his nipples.
What the hell's going on right now?
It's kind of a long story. I want you
I'm a virgin.
Uh-oh.
You all are. Well, that wasn't a long story.
No.
Oh.
Okay, this might actually be really funny.
Yeah.
The entire office has been turned into vampires. 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 Vampires.
I've noticed that the security guard played by the Lart.
Seems that way. We need to arm ourselves. We need weapons.
The Lart security guard is a little psycho. I like the fact that they sharpened the pencils. Oh, dude.
We are losing a lot of employees.
Is this a movie or?
It is a movie.
Okay.
God, this company sucks.
This looks like this would be good to sit down with a group of people and some Doritos and just laugh at the stupid.
Yeah. This looks great.
Yeah, this might be the first vampire movie I
Look at her
watched.
shotgunning a Red Bull.
Jeez, a vampire that takes a bite out of you is going to be up for a week.
I'm gonna watch this movie in theater.
Oh.
This might be the first vampire movie I watch willingly.
Actually, Bloodsucking Bastards opened as of... Bloodsucking Bastards opened on the 4th.
Oh, shit.
It's already out. It's also available on demand, apparently.
Well, I'm gonna go watch that.
Oh, shit, we gotta watch this.
I may have to look that one up. There's another trailer for something that came out, but I haven't watched it yet. It is a new movie starring Olga Kurylenko, who was a Bond girl in, not Casino Royale, it was the one that came after that. Frack. I forgot the name of it.
Quantum of Solace?
Thank you. Very good. It's a new movie that has been described as batshit insane called Momentum. It's a new sci-fi film.
I've not heard of it.
Well, Kurylenko stars as an assassin whose secret identity is revealed during a job. Then she finds herself in the middle of a conspiracy between a government and another assassin played by James Purfoy. Not exactly a new plot, but sometimes it's all in the execution. We ready for a trailer?
Shoot.
Sure.
I sent the video.
I've spent 6
Oh, there's Olga.
in darkness. It's time to come back into the light.
Moonrise Pictures. Whoa.
That was you two.
Okay,
There's
I see guys
a lot of light.
Yeah, they look like Tron villains. What the hell?
Where is the drive?
I was out.
The drive, huh?
Only to get me involved.
She's highly trained, possibly ex-military.
Whoa.
These guys connected. This thing goes really high
Okay,
up.
she kicks goddamn hard.
We were properly introduced face to face.
You'd have remembered me.
Maybe. The only thing you have left to bargain with is your life.
What do you think, Alexis?
How do you make that sound dirty when he said her name?
Serious goddamn cleaners. Is this face-to-face enough for you?
Well, she already has the diamond, sir, so if I'm not mistaken, I believe that she's just declared war.
Diamond. Oh!
You trust me now?
Not now.
Can't believe she shot that guy in the foot, man. That's gotta be agonizing.
Again.
Maybe I've been alive too long, but... Whoa.
Oh, ow! Okay.
They have her foot in a vice. I literally have her foot in a vice.
Oh.
That was brutal.
Yeah, okay, now I'm interested.
Last chance. One.
Wow.
Yeah, she kicks ass.
Yeah, I was about to say it didn't look like there was anything new in there, but all of a sudden they pulled out all the stops, and it looks like this one's just going to be utterly brutal.
Yep.
There's not a lot of female agents that kick ass like that. Like, they're usually more Black Widowy.
Actually, I was going to say they're more Angelina Jolie and not actually do their own shit. But, let's see. Moving on in general media, there is going to be a new interactive experience revolving around the Goonies coming out soon.
Goonies? Really?
Yeah, they're going to do an off-Broadway immersion theater item. According to... wow. According to the director, Richard Donner, He said, quote, "There's no seats. The venue is you go into a warehouse and there's something happening at that warehouse, and that's the play you've come to see. Only you become part of it and you travel through with the actors. It's very popular now. We're doing one on the Goonies. It will take another year or so, but it's going to be wonderful," unquote. So you're not going to sit down and watch a play. You're going to stand in the midst of it as it goes on around you, it sounds like. I'm curious to know more about that. Hell, I'd still like to know what happened to the Marvel experience. I still haven't had an explanation as to why that was canceled. And last up in general media news, have you guys ever wished that your DVDs could fling cows at people?
Huh?
The movie... A movie has gotten to be 40 years old this week, and to celebrate, they've made a special catapult edition of the DVD and Blu-ray. It's the 40th anniversary of Monty Python and the Quest for the Holy Grail. Part of the DVD...
Still need to see that.
The DVD slipcase is made up as a tower, like you see in the film, complete with a small plastic catapult at the top, so you can fling different items from the top of it, including cows. It's a $50 special edition.
Huh.
For the catapult, they'll give you a cow, a duck, a pig, and a sheep. You know,
okay.
I have seen the movie and I understand the premise. They during the course of the film, some people do fling barnyard animals at their enemies from the top of ballistas. So I guess you could say it's part of an in-joke, but the special edition costs $50. And personally, I'm a big fan of that film. I would buy that in a heartbeat. Of course, I'm strange, and I fully admit to this. We'll move on to Marvel comic news. We'll talk about the Marvel properties that will end up on the page. And first off is a confirmation story. It is official. The new Hulk is Korean. Amadeus Cho has been confirmed as the character starring in the Totally Awesome Hulk.
Yep.
Okay.
Amadeus Cho is listed in the Marvel Universe as possibly the 6th smartest person in that universe. He is a teenage super genius. And somehow it looks like he's going to gain the powers of the Green Goliath.
Might have something to do with that thing on his arm.
Possibly. But still, he's not going to be repentant like the Hulk. He's going to be very excited to be the gigantic mass of muscle. And it's been described before that the Totally Awesome Hulk is going to drive somebody who already enjoys being the Hulk, like the She-Hulk, completely insane.
This might be fun.
According to Marvel's editor-in-chief, Axel Alonso, quote, "We've seen Banner's story for so long and the burden that he carries with the weight of the Hulk on his shoulders. Perhaps the most interesting thing is to see how someone else shoulders that burden, and immediately. Amadeus came to mind for a lot of different reasons. He's the 98-pound weakling. And secondarily is that he's so different from Banner. He shares the monstrous intellect, but he's so different. He's a teenage kid who hasn't lived much yet. When Banner inherited the burden of being the Hulk, he was an adult, and I think that is showed in the way he responded to it. Amadeus is a plucky kid. He's got a chip on his shoulder, and he's the 5th or 6th smartest guy in the world, according to the official rankings. And I think he's just going to carry himself very differently with that power," unquote.
So he went from the 90-pound weakling to the 900-pound gorilla?
Yeah, that would officially, if the regular Hulk isn't around, probably make him the 3rd strongest thing in the terrestrial Marvel universe now. So, take that for what you will. However, there is another series that was announced this week, and I am so morbidly curious. I got to check this out. It's not a series; it's a crossover, because on September 23rd, issue number 10 of S.H.I.E.L.D. comes out, and it has the most awkward team up I could ever think of.
Oh.
Yeah, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Fitz is going to team up with Howard the Duck.
What? Is this a joke?
This is not a joke. This is a comic coming out in 2 weeks where Agent Fitz from S.H.I.E.L.D., spawned from the TV show and is now in a comic book series, is going to team up with Howard the Duck. If you're looking for a punchline, I don't have one because this is what's going to happen.
Okay.
Newsarama decided to ask the writer of the series, who is a man named Evan Shaner, what's your approach to balancing the inherent visual silliness of Howard the Duck with the serious nature of human secret agents? And his response was, quote, playing it dead straight. That's how I approach pretty much any humor that comes up, but I think it's especially true here. I read something where Steve Gerber said that to him, Howard was a flesh and blood duck who just happens to look like a cartoon duck. So while I exaggerate the body language here and there for impact, I'm mostly underplaying it. My own sense of humor is very dry, and I think the same goes for Howard, so I tried to play him that way. Also, just to give Joe Quinones his due, Howard is one of the hardest things I've had to draw in recent memory. If it weren't for Joe's recent take on him, it would have been an uphill battle, so thankfully, I had that to look to as a model, unquote.
Okay.
Holy fuck, Howard the Duck and S.H.I.E.L.D. That almost begs for a series, Howard Duck, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Recently announced is the fact that another Marvel character is getting their own series post-Secret Wars, and it's one that we saw in the promo images but couldn't identify. The character is called Red Wolf. He is a Native American character spinning out of the 1872 series going on right now, the Secret Wars. He is going to be an alternative universe character who's going to end up inhabiting the regular Marvel universe. He's the first Native American character in Marvel to headline a series, as far as I know. He's been described in promos as the first major Native American character in a series. Some people have pointed to X-Men characters like Warpath, Thunderbird, and Mirage as examples that there have been other major Native American characters. However, I would argue that none of those characters have been major, regardless of their roles in their particular books. Don't get me wrong, I like the characters, but not one is really starred or featured in anything. So, yeah, I think Red Wolf will be the first Native American for Marvel to headline. Also, the character of Red Wolf is going to come from a fictional tribe. And I think that's a smart move on Marvel's part, according to the writer. It's a man named Nathan Edmondson, and he said, quote, nobody should go to this looking as it's historical. He comes from another dimension, after all. But it's very important for us to approach it as authentic a way as possible. Jeffrey offers this, and it's not just for consultation, but with his creative input, his covers jump out from 100 feet away, unquote. I gotta admit, trying to disassociate the character from any particular tribe is probably a smart move. No matter how kind you're trying to be, there's no way that other tribes wouldn't think of that as a disingenuous or some kind of slight. Anything? Nothing? I can hear you guys clicking shit, but I can't hear you talking.
Oh, we're just gonna let you sit on that.
I need a response, actually, because that was dumb as shit. No, I mean, what do you guys think? The fact that it's not going to be any formal tribe, is that a good idea, bad idea?
I would lean toward good idea, but...
Yeah, I guess. I'm not sure. I don't have a whole lot of input on this, I guess.
Yeah, me either.
Well, another long-standing...
What would be the pros and cons of that?
Well, forming it from an actual tribe would give it historical context, probably some real-world mythology to draw from, maybe some other real-life experiences. The downside, though, is that I could think of at least 15 different tribes in the U.S., let alone Canada or Mexico, to draw from. And if you're going to pick any particular one, it seems like favoritism over the others. Yeah, and it's going to be really hard to be accurate to the tribe, especially because there's a lot of lost information, and it seems like it could be a PR disaster. Mm-hmm. Whereas if they make up a tribe, then they're free to create their own mythos without, offending anybody. Yeah. So it's probably a good thing. I hope so. But there's another Marvel character who's getting her own series for the first time in a very long time. Patsy Walker, who's known in Marvel Comics as Hellcat, is getting her own series post-Secret Wars. Patsy Walker is a very strange history. She started out as a character in a romance comic back in the day. What? I'm dead serious. She originally came out in a series called Patsy and Hetty. It was from 1950s for Atlas Comics, which was eventually bought out as part of Marvel. And then when the romance genre died away, they kept the character but transformed her into a martial artist called Hellcat. She became an Avenger and a Defender for a little while.
Died.
Once, yeah. They're describing the new series kind of interestingly. According to the writer, quote, Kate and Brittany are cooking up a series here that's like a superhero version of Trainwreck or Broad City. A comedic and action-packed story about a woman figuring out her life. Except Abby and Ilyana have never had to deal with crime waves, supervillain temp agencies, or an ex who is literally the son of Satan, unquote.
Okay.
Yeah, Patsy Walker, or Hellcat in the comics, her ex-boyfriend is Damien, son of Satan.
Damien Dark?
No, the literal name of the character, who's been, I think, a Defender for a little while, is the son of Satan. He's literally the son of the devil. And he's been on both the right and the wrong side of ethics, I guess you could say. The writer goes on to say, quote, I think it's important for people to be able to see themselves in comics, movies, music, etc. Women are a huge portion of the audience and growing all the time. We see that in sales numbers, cosplay, merch, con attendance, and more. Plus, most of my favorite Marvel comics have been women at the forefront. Black Widow, Miss Marvel, Squirrel Girl, Captain Marvel, Silk, Spider-Gwen. I'm just thrilled to join the party, unquote. Sounds like they at least chose the right guy.
Yeah.
Something that did hit the stands this week is a one-shot for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s 50th anniversary starring the character of Quake, a.k.a. Daisy Johnson, a.k.a. one of the few women V pines over in her short hours at home. He had an interesting... the writer of this particular one-shot, it's a guy named Matthew Rosenberg. He had an interesting outlook on the character of Quake. Quote, Daisy is a fascinating character because she is thrown in the deep end so young by Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D., yet she seems so confident and self-possessed. We really wanted to explore a bit of what is underneath that. She's a bit cocky, she is more than capable, but underneath it all she has some self-doubt. She's as good in the field as any S.H.I.E.L.D. agent or any Avenger, but she doesn't trust that 100%. At the end of the day, S.H.I.E.L.D. is all spies. They operate in the gray area that superheroes tend not to, and that comes from being a bit jaded and having a certain worldview. Daisy isn't just all the way there. She is more idealistic and more headstrong than S.H.I.E.L.D. would probably like. She straddles a line between spy and superhero, and in a lot of ways it's because she's young and trying to figure herself out, unquote. I gotta admit, that makes me more likely to read this one-shot. I thought the character's been underserved in comics, but it sounds like he's got a good grasp of what to do with it. I just want to know if they're going to do anything after it. Marvel has announced that they're producing in December a line of 1992 variants. They're going to show they're going to show 1992 versions of characters in a lot of their upcoming series, including all new Wolverine, Carnage, Drax, Spider-Man 2099, and the Mighty Thor 2. Take a look at some of these variants, man. I remember these in my heyday of collecting comics. That first one for All New Wolverine, which is the Laura Kinney-led one, that's Wolverine without his healing factor when he had no fucking nose. That is ugly as sin. He looks like a Mexican wrestler.
No healing factor, but still the bone claws.
No, he had full healing factor. All the metal was removed from his body.
Yeah,
so his healing factor.
Out.
Yeah, his healing factor wasn't accounting for it anymore. So he went more animalistic, oddly enough. Let's see the Carnage. Look at Drax though. That does not look like the character everybody knows nowadays.
Which one's Drax on the right?
No, you need to actually open up the gallery and take a look. It's the third cover in there. It's after the Carnage cover.
That's Drax? He looks like a Skrull.
That was Drax the Destroyer back in the 90s. He could have been described as like a more calm version of the Hulk way back when.
Huh.
And he dressed kind of like Mandrake the Magician. Spider-Man 2099 has a bunch of different 2099 characters. The Mighty Thor... Oh my god, that throws me way back.
Okay, he's a biker.
No, that's Eric Masterson. For a while, Thor was unavailable during one of those stints where he's just unavailable. And the Hammer of Mjolnir fell to a human construction worker named Eric Masterson. Well, when Thor came back, of course, he wanted the fucking hammer back. And, Masterson, being a non-dick, gave it back to him. But Odin and Thor recognized that he did such a good job as a replacement Thor, they crafted another hammer just for him. So that's Eric Masterson as Thunderstrike. And the brown jacket, don't blame him. All the Avengers wore them back during this period.
Okay.
The Hulk during
Awesome Hulk.
Oh,
yeah, that's the Amadeus Cho Hulk. But, right, that was from 1992 when Banner's brain was in charge of the Hulk's body.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he wasn't nearly as destructive, but
he was about as destructive. He was just more careful about it. Marvel Comics announced that they're producing another Star Wars spin-off comic series. This one might be the most boring thing I've ever heard of. It's a new C-3PO series starting in December.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
The series is going to focus on the details of the new red left arm he's getting. And that's about all it really says about what the premise is.
Okay, red left arm.
Yeah, you've seen it. If you have seen any of the promo pictures, you notice the C-3PO has a red left arm coming into the Force Awakens.
Why would they not just paint it back to gold?
I don't know. They must have taken it off something for him to get that arm. But according to the guy who has to write it, James Robinson, who's written on the award-winning Starman team, he said, quote, "That's the really exciting part of doing this story. I saw a photo of C-3PO with his red arm the other day, and I thought, wow, I'm the writer who gets to explain that," unquote.
I'm sorry.
That's going to be a challenge and a half.
If he can pull it off and make it interesting, props to him.
And last up, Marvel may be replacing another one of the characters known as one of their superheroes, or in this case, anti-hero, with another ethnicity character again. There's a new series coming out post-Secret Wars called Contest of Champions, where it seems like a bunch of different versions of Marvel characters are going to be forced to fight it out. There's not a lot of details, but the series launches on October 7th. One of the promo images they released is of a character who hasn't been seen in Marvel Comics in a while. I'm sending you the image now. And it's one I'm not familiar with. I had to read up on this to find out what the fuck this deal is.
Okay, yeah.
Now here's the funny part. You're looking at a picture of a black guy in a leather jacket with a black shirt and a yellow skull on it. And a skull that's very much stylized like Frank Castle's Punisher, right?
Yeah.
This character has never been called the Punisher. It turns out that this is a character that already exists in Marvel Comics. It's called the Outlaw. The Outlaw is a self-described British Punisher. He was introduced in 1992 in the Punisher 64 by Dan Abnett and Andy Lanning, two of the guys who made the Guardians of the Galaxy famous. He's a London-based vigilante who idolized the Punisher and teamed up with him on a few occasions. So this character is now reappearing in Contest of Champions. It's unknown whether he'll be Outlaw or possibly a new Punisher, since there's no announcement of the Punisher getting his own series post-Secret Wars.
I actually saw an article earlier today, which, I think the issue is called Outlaw, or he's being called Outlaw.
Well, like I said, there's no issue or series called Outlaw coming. This character is appearing in the new Contest of Champions as of October. So it's unknown what his exact role is going to be, other than the character is coming back for this. Moving forward to DC comic news, Batman number 44, I think it came out this week. And it involves Bruce Wayne going back to the origins of Mr. Bloom in the Batman costume. Unfortunately, it doesn't involve what you think it does, because no, Bruce Wayne has not already taken back over as Batman. It's going to be a flashback issue of some sort that shows Bruce Wayne during his Batman days, and whatever he's doing harkens back to the actual origins of current villain Mr. Bloom.
Mr. Bloom.
Yeah, it's a new villain that's been introduced during the Jim Gordon era of Batman. The current storyline is called Super Heavy. Still no
Heavy?
Maybe it has to do with the new class that Batman fits in now that the primary amount of fighting is done in that exosuit.
But he has an exosuit now?
Yeah, we've talked about it. The Batman right now is Jim Gordon in a gigantic exosuit with those rabbit ears. Yeah,
we have talked about that.
Yep.
It's just so weird to think about it.
So, people who've been pining for Bruce Wayne to be in the costume, they'll get a fix, but it's not the permanent fix. And it's also been announced that a new Batman and Eternal weekly series will be starting soon. It's another Batman series where they're going to be telling the adventures of the expanded family, including characters of Dick Grayson and Harper Row. So we'll finally get to see more of Bluebird since its introduction. And they're going to be fighting against the new villain of Mother. There is no explanation as to what the fuck Mother is. The only thing we found out is that there is a new version of Cassandra Cain, which is going to be the key to this series. Cassandra Cain is one of the characters that was known as Batgirl pre-52. She was a former assassin who had been retrained by Barbara Gordon and the Birds of Prey into something more useful. And she repaid their kindness by taking on the mantle of Batgirl for a period.
Yep. Then she, for one reason or another, left the mantle.
Went batshit crazy, became an assassin, turned out it was a drug thing. It was very strange writing. I'm dead serious. It was that contrived.
Yeah, I believe you.
So we're finally getting a post-Flashpoint Cassandra Cain. However, it's not a Batgirl, so I don't know how people are going to feel about this.
Mixed, probably.
Very likely. And it's so easy for people to feel mixed about every goddamn thing. Yeah. We'll move into general comic and convention news. We talk about comics that are not Marvel and DC related, as well as news about conventions that happen across the U.S. and the world. Labor Day weekend is the weekend of Dragon Con. And the more I hear about this convention, the more I am sorry I'm not able to make it. During the weekend, I found a list of all the parties that happened during Dragon Con. And I could... What is that sound?
I'm sorry, my cat has decided to attack the chair.
Oh, okay. I could read you a list of all the parties that happened during Dragon Con. However, that would take me probably close to about 10 minutes, I swear to God. The list is like, I'd say about 15 parties minimum.
Wow.
Hang on. There was one on Thursday. Wow. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on 10 on Thursday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 on Friday. So that's 15 total. Saturday had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16 parties. And Sunday, the last official day of the convention, 1, 2, 3, 4, another 5. 21 parties over the course of the weekend.
That's a lot of partying.
Actually, there was an additional one added on Saturday, so it was 22. And there was a nice variance as to what was going on. On Sunday, there was a Doctor Who party, the 10th annual. There was a mechanical masquerade for steampunk. There was a part there on Saturday. There was a party in 1990s garb and theme. The dilithium crystal ball. I could guess what that was about.
Yeah.
The Spectrum party for gay people. Let's see. On Friday there was party with the Spartans, like the 300 Spartans, and a night in the Mushroom Kingdom.
Okay.
Also the Dragon Con conga line. On Friday, there was the Con Crawl, the Dragon's Con Singles Meetup, the Con Christmas Dirty Santa. Wow, that sounds like a sex move.
Yeah.
And the Superhero Underwear Party. I'm out! No! And shoot,
Superhero Underwear Party. Did I hear you right?
Yes, you did, young lady. And the Back to the Dragon, Back to the Future theme party as well. And before all this even started, on Wednesday, there was the Welcome Home Wednesday, the kickoff party, as you will.
Get this party started.
Yeah, I gotta go to Dragon Con. Anthony says he may be going next year, and if he is, I'm gonna have him buy me a fucking plane ticket, because I gotta see this for myself. I didn't say you had to go.
I want to go.
Let's see.
Of course, just because there's all those parties doesn't mean you get to go to all of them.
Who said go to all of them? If I went to a couple, I'd probably find my weekend very fulfilling. According to a blog called An Englishman in San Diego, it is a blogger from England who likes to go to Comic-Con in San Diego. He said that BizBash put together a list of the top 100 events held in the U.S. in 2015. Oddly enough, Comic-Con got the top spot.
Okay.
I'm actually not too surprised about that.
I am relatively surprised because it beat out other events like Upfront Week, the Miami Winter Music Conference at number 7, and the Sundance Film Festival, which hit number 2.
I've only heard of the Sundance Film Festival.
Yeah, Comic-Con was listed as, according to BizBash at least, as the top entertainment event in the U.S. from last year.
Nice.
Well, it's not like it'll make it any harder to get tickets. It's already fucking difficult. Transformers Con Toronto has been announced for 2016. It's going to take place from July 15th to 17th, 2016, and it's going to happen at the Hilton Mississauga and Meadowvale Hotel. Discounted hotel block information should be available in the near future. No guests or anything have been announced yet. They just announced the dates last week. But it has been announced that when it comes to New York Comic-Con, Hasbro is going to debut a new Transformers animated series called Transformers Generations Combiner Wars. They're going to come up with a new cartoon based on the Combiners. If it's based on the Hasbro ones, I can check out right now. I wasn't interested in those toys. Those were very odd-looking pieces.
Well, aside from that, I just don't think the whole premise of this thing is just, 526 robots combined to form one big robot. Like, sounds like Power Rangers without the localized fighting.
I don't know. I haven't been interested in the toys since they were first announced. I think the third-party combiners are much more interesting. There's a company now. There's a company right now. I think two different companies who are working on Masterpiece class versions of the Stunticons and the fucking Constructicons.
The what?
The Constructicons are probably the most famous combiner in Transformers history. They're a bunch of purple and off-green robots that combine into what's called Devastator.
Yep. Sounds absurd.
It is, but that's the idea. We're talking about giant robots that transform into cars, for fuck's sake. There's nothing normal about this. But
you have a point.
The Stunticons, according to the cartoon, were the first Decepticon cars who combined into this thing called Menasor. They were... think of them as the Dukes of Hazzard of the Transformers world, basically. They run into fucking everything.
Yep.
So you can imagine where it goes from there. But when I say Masterpiece style, there are companies that come up with... I think Hasbro and Takara are working on these large-scale... I couldn't guess what the total scale is, but these large pieces that cost about $60 that are very cartoon accurate to the original 1980s series.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've got third-party Chinese companies who are making versions of the Stunticons and the Constructicons each that will fit in scale with those Masterpiece-sized cars.
Oh, yeah.
So that would mean that the combined version might be like a good 18, 20 inches.
Well, be as big as the current Devastator Hasbro has out there.
I think it would be bigger.
Well, no, I checked that Devastator. It was 18 inches tall.
Yeah, I think this will be bigger by the time it's done. Because these things are tremendous.
Be more solid than that thing, too.
Absolutely. I also have some comic news this week. There was something that came out this week, and I want to know if V in particular is paying attention to it.
Probably not, but what is it?
Well, it's an IDW series that we talked about before, but I didn't know if you were following it at all, because as of this week, the third issue of Star Trek and Green Lantern came out.
Saw that. I didn't even read the second one. I got the first issue.
I read
the first one when you gave it to me, but...
Yeah, there was an interesting cover that came out this week of Captain Kirk firing a phaser trying to separate Spock and the Orange Lantern. The Lantern of
Greed.
God, Greed. Yes, thank you. What was it? Larfleeze. That was his name. So the Orange Lantern was attacking Spock, according to the cover, and Kirk was keeping him apart by shooting between them, which, yeah, that sounds safe.
Yeah.
And last up in general comic news, there's a new series coming out by an artist named Shane Davis. It's being called Gaming Meets Reality Worlds. Image Comics is putting out. It's called Accend, A-X-C-E-N-D. It's based on the idea of a group of gamers being pulled into a video game and what happens when they bring their game-based powers back to reality. So it's kind of like a reverse Sword Art Online, it sounds like.
Sounds like Nickelodeon already did this.
It says, quote, somebody is losing sense of what's real and what's fantasy and how dangerous that is, unquote. That sounds better than that Nickelodeon series.
Yeah, it does. It does.
When Newsarama asked the writer, Shane Davis, how he came up with it, he said, quote, I honestly don't remember how I came up with it, but I wrote it spontaneously, basically all in one sitting, then I sat on it for a couple years. I tweaked it a little, but it hasn't really changed much since that first time I wrote it down. That really surprises me looking back now, unquote. It sounds like he's working on it with his wife. Huh. You know, it sounds interesting enough.
Done better.
I don't know. It sounds interesting enough for me to at least poke at and see if it's going to be something to read down the line. Image is doing really good with creator-based stuff lately. Moving forward, we have anime in Japan news. We talk about the news that comes from across the Pacific Ocean because we are fans of the cartoons that come from over there. And I have a new PV video from an anime I have not heard of before. Madhouse is adapting a visual novel called Prince of Stride. It appears to be based... It appears to be one of those shows that's aimed primarily at girls or, I guess you could say, young gay males. It's a series about a bunch of young guys getting into a bunch of different sporting events from what it sounds like. I have not seen
free except more versatile.
Pretty much, that would be the short version of the description. You know, I haven't checked out the PV because it sounded like one of those things I want to discover on the show. So, I went ahead and sent the video. Oh, Katakawa's doing it. I like their work.
Pretty chipper.
Surprisingly so. No naked males yet, so it's okay by me.
Oh,
that dude's...
We got a track star.
Trucking. Yeah, he's moving. Actually, he's running pretty fast.
He's not even leaning forward. Yeah, he's not even leaning forward for it. Oh, shit.
Well, somebody's running up fast.
There's a sprinter.
Usually in these series, this is where somebody produces a sword, and then a girl with very limited clothing comes out of nowhere and starts yelling something.
Oh, it's a relay team?
Seems like it. A lot of high-fiving. Stride. Boys sprint to the end of summer. Sounds like a Michael Jackson video.
So,
oh, this is definitely a slice of life series. Huh?
There's a new segment of anime watchers that are largely female these days. I mean, everybody's noted how there's more and more girls. What the hell? I don't know. RTS, it's still going. There's two characters playing shogi. Something about the power of Earth. I missed that. Okay, whatever. There's a growing populace of ladies watching anime, and there's more series that are being produced directly for that fanship. And there's a lot more series now that involve almost exclusively male characters. This appears to be one of them. And considering the success of Free, which is just like 4 dudes in competitive swimming and the success that's gaining, it's really not that surprising that they're expanding that with this new series.
Swimming, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look up Half on YouTube. You'll love it.
Bunch of grape smugglers. There's another series that's come out. There's another PV that's come out for a new series. I think it's coming out relatively soon for One Punch Man.
Oh God, really?
Yeah, we discussed how that series is coming out. There's a new PV video out for it. This one I did actually watch because Steve gushed about it before, but I had not heard of the series. And I can't say after watching this that I'm a shoo-in to watch the show, but I'm suitably more curious anyway. I sent the video. Oh, and we're starting with guitar tracks in comparison to the last video. So this is a series about one guy who's looking for a challenge because he's tired of being able to knock out people with just one punch.
Yep.
Isn't that a show that almost inherently has no struggle in it, though? He's not looking for a fair fight, he's just looking for a fight that isn't quite as one-sided.
Oh, the thing is, he's very naive.
Okay. I don't quite know how to take any of that, though, because it looks like the action's very kinetic and frantic, but it still just doesn't feel like there's a threat in general.
It's a role of escalation.
Yeah.
But on top of that, it's just about him inspiring other people to do better. There's a secondary plot point.
So what you just described is the plot of Superman. Almost word for
when they
word.
actually had those secondary characters actually do shit.
That's what I'm worried about, though. Unless they're the ones doing shit throughout the series, this just doesn't sound like a lot of fun. The pig god.
There's also like a rank system, and he's like, his rank is so low, people don't think he's a threat.
Who ranks him?
Except for the, they have a superhero federation registration thing that ranks them by testing them. But it's why you got a lot of people with these weird combination power sets in or equipment that doesn't make sense. Oh, fight, man.
Why would you spend time ranking them, though? This sounds like the kind of situation where people shouldn't be involved.
Well, not every situation calls for someone like with the powers of Superman, so...
Yeah, this sounds like the situation where you shouldn't be ranking them. You should be shooting them in the goddamn head.
Yeah, it's...
Kyo
That's kind of how
Anigo...
Japan views superheroes.
Well, Kyo Ani and Dio Fan Days 2015, they've added a promotional video. I'm not going to bother playing that because I don't think any of us here are Kyo Ani fans specifically. You know, the Kyoto Animation fans. Kyoto Animation, they're the ones who do the anime for things like Kyokai no Kanata and Love Live, I think.
No idea what those are.
I am not a Love Live fan. That's a series based entirely around the escapades of singing idols, and that is just not me.
Oh, pass.
You know, I need something a little more robust in my entertainment. I don't watch the real
people that do it in America, so why watch animated people do it?
Well, it's because America doesn't have idols. We have pop idiots like Taylor Swift and Miley Cyrus. You know, things that could be buried in a field and nobody would notice the difference. So it's all subjective. There is a newer series out there that's gotten a lot of, I don't know if acclaim, but it's gotten a lot of fan response. Prison School. And the anime is still relatively new, but they've already announced that there's going to be a live-action Saturday show based on this series.
Wow, they're fast-tracking this.
Yeah, Prison School is kind of an interesting concept, at least on its face. There is a notorious girls' school who, for the first time, has decided to allow male students. And their first class of male students, there's only 5 of them. But instead of offering them free reign of the school to make sure that virtue is protected, all 5 of the male students are being treated as criminals within the school walls. So they've already got a picture of the live-action cast. Some of the casting, I mean, obviously some of this is costume work, but they look fairly close to their manga counterparts. It's not a bad job.
Pictures?
I can give you a link to the story on Anime News Network. When I saw this, I had seen that this series, or at least the animated series, involves a lot of cheesecake, so I hadn't seen it yet. But after reading the premise and seeing how this cast shakes out, I may actually go back and watch it more sooner than I thought. This sounds like fun.
Just looking for the current face styles on the anime, it seems like semi-serious. Oh, I can see cheesecake already.
Yeah, so this makes me more curious to see it. However, I didn't expect a new visual novel to be based on esports already. There is a kickstarted visual novel called SC2VN. It's going to follow a pro game team as they try to advance in the ranks of StarCraft 2.
Really?
Yeah, it's
StarCraft
based on
2.
Yeah, it's based on a Korean pro gaming team.
Which one?
I don't know. Maybe the name of the series has to do with the team. It's called SC2VN.
SC2VN?
Yeah. They kickstarted it for a total of $8,370, which was enough to start its production, and the visual novel is already available now for free. You just have to go to, I think it's... you go to the website of team1111.itch.io.
SC2VN StarCraft 2 visual novel.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that's what it meant. And last up in anime in Japan news, man, I've been collecting the Ranma Blu-ray box sets. I've been excited to get a very good copy of a series that I grew up just really enjoying. It might be Steve's turn. It's been recently announced that Slayers is coming out with a Blu-ray box set. They're going to reproduce the films and OVAs.
Nice.
Slayers?
Yeah, Slayers is... Think of Slayers as your funniest adventures at D&D with a very bad twist. The series centers around a 16-year-old witch named Lena Inverse. She's known as a dragon slayer. She can kill dragons in one or two moves, but that one or two move usually involves a nuclear-style blast that could level the village she's trying to rescue.
Yeah, she can make the mountain disappear.
Yeah. She's being followed around by a meat-headed sellsword and a young priestess who's trying to become the world's best superhero, a conniving wizard, and another summoner called Naga, who she hates because they're the same age. However, Naga is like a full head taller and curvaceous.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the main character is constantly bemoaning the fact that she doesn't have a bust of her own, really, to speak of.
Okay. It's that kind of show.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was pretty comedic in its day. It might be worth revisiting it at some point. But yeah, Slayers is coming back via Blu-ray. At least the movies and OVAs are.
Well, let Steve know.
He'll probably look that one right the fuck up. We'll bounce forward into nerd interest news. We'll talk about technical and scientific innovations that are occurring in the world. First off, there is a new mission that's going to happen that will search for ripples in space-time. The European Space Agency is launching the LISA Pathfinder. It's going to be on a course for the L1 Lagrange point. And according to... God, who is this? According to project scientist Paul McNamara, quote, "This is an extremely challenging mission that will pave the way for future space-based projects to observe gravitational waves, opening a new window to explore the cosmos," unquote. Gravitational waves are theorized to be ripples in the fabric of space-time caused by cataclysmic events like the merging of supermassive black holes. They were first predicted by Albert Einstein back in 1915.
Cool.
And the moment we started, it sounded like someone's trying to find Doctor Who.
Right.
It can sound like it, but this could be important because EM radiation can scatter off things as it travels through space, but gravitational waves are theorized to penetrate through all matter. If they can trace it backwards, they might be able to see back to the beginning of the universe with minimal interference if they can find a way to cut down through the gravitational waves.
Next up, interstellar space.
Oh, I thought for a second you were going to say, next up, we find Jesus.
No.
Didn't Star Trek do that? No, they found God.
Yeah, they found God.
And he won a starship.
Why does God need a starship? Okay. PewDiePie, the notorious YouTube, I guess you could say replayer. He's become the first YouTuber to surpass 10 billion views. For those that don't know PewDiePie, his real name is Felix Kjellberg. He is the first YouTuber that has more than 10 billion views on his channel. He announced it on September 6, 2015 when he checked the number himself, and by that point, he had 10,323,310 views. He said in a tweet, quote, "Today we made history. 10 billion views. This is insane. Thank you all so much. Kisses," unquote. Hey, laugh if you want. The PewDiePie channel has only been in existence for 6 goddamn years.
Yep. And they originally start off, in Sweden?
Yeah, he's a Swedish kid. In December 2012, he signed a deal with an online video content creator named Maker Studios, and now that company is owned by Disney. So you can say he has a career all his own. I take you guys have heard by now of the discovery at Stonehenge?
I guess not.
What?
Oh, God, you can be disappointing sometimes. On Monday, archaeologists said they found the buried remains of a prehistoric monument close to the Stonehenge Heritage Site. They found what they theorize up to 90 standing stones, some originally measuring up to 15 feet and dating back 4,500 years. They've been buried under a millennia of Earth.
Damn.
So what they think they found is a superhenge located less than 3 miles from Stonehenge, thanks to high-tech sensors.
Sweet.
Maybe I did hear about this.
I think it was theorized that for a while there, it sounded like man was moving away from traditional gods to follow the sun in its path through the sky. They think that's what the design of this super henge was meant to do.
So basically a giant sundial.
More or less, yeah.
I can see it.
And I did not know there's still a company that makes audio cassettes.
What,
really?
Yeah, there's the National Audio Company out in Springfield, Missouri. They are the last and the largest remaining manufacturer of audio cassette tapes. Can you imagine that shit? I don't think they're selling it to anybody. Bloomberg Business Week put out an article this week about it. And they're selling it to somebody. NAC made more than 10 million tapes just last year.
Huh. Well, I guess there's going to be some collectors.
Are you kidding? I love the company president. His name is Steve Sepp. He told Bloomberg, quote, "You can characterize our operating model as stubbornness and stupidity. We were too stubborn to quit," unquote.
So someone with a lot of money is basically not stopping the manufacture of cassettes.
Yeah, you hit the guy in the head with Mjolnir and he still keep making that shit.
Actually, it sounds like hipsters are the reason for his business currently. He said, quote, Probably the thing that's really enlarged our business at a faster pace than anything is the retro movement. There's the nostalgia of holding the audio cassette in your hand. There was a drive from independent bands to get that warm analog sound again, and it just continued to grow and grow, said production manager Susie Brown. So yeah, hipsters. Fucking hipsters. It is kind of nifty, though, the cassettes are still around. I really thought they were way gone.
Yeah,
okay.
I could see records because they have a very distinctly different sound, but cassettes?
Yeah, well, cassettes still have better sound overall than CDs, just CDs are more convenient.
I suppose.
Way less too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, do you remember last year when we talked about something weird happened to that mask in the Museum of King Tut? His burial mask was broken. It lost that chin.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
That story has come up again. This happened back in January. The Egyptian Museum admitted members of its staff accidentally knocked off the blue and gold beard while trying to change the display's light bulbs. And if you remember, that story changed a couple of times before they finally settled on what they were telling people. Well, they finally got a repair bill on it. It's going to cost at least $110,000 to repair this mask.
Fuck.
What? If I was a repairman, I'd do that for free.
That's if you were a repairman, but you think about it this way. You're holding a priceless artifact. You're going to have to deal in gold and ancient materials that nobody in their right mind is probably using nowadays.
Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah, $110,000 is probably cheap for what they got to do to this thing. Because you got to revive a lot of ancient techniques.
That's true. Probably need supplies at the very least.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what it is over the last couple of weeks, but for some reason in Nerd Interest, I keep running into stories about vibrators. There was a story on Gizmodo about how vibrators are no longer shaped like penises when it comes to delivering the most satisfaction. They decided to quote certain vibrators right now that look like tiny surfboards, a lemon with a belly button, and a legless Mike Wazowski.
What?
I read the story. I read the story and I decided to look further into it just to understand what they were talking about. The tiny surfboard is a device called an Oh My Bod. It's a vibrator that has a Bluetooth connection to an app that you can control from a cell phone, computer, or other devices. Which
Bluetooth?
Which isn't technically new. It's just brought into the modern age. The one that they described as a lemon with a belly button is called a Mina Lyman. It's a small green thing that does look like a small lime on a pedestal with a belly button, and it has a USB cable.
Oh, God.
So I can only imagine what the stimulus is going to be.
Shocking.
Yeah, the last one, though, turned out to be much more terrifying. The one described as a legless Mike Wazowski is from Dame Productions. It's called an EVA, an EVA. It's a small green device that is designed to fit, and bear with me, though, because I had to watch the video and I'm still a little confused. It sits inside the upper part of the woman's vagina, the part that's above the entrance. So it sits right on top or underneath the clit and stimulates it actively as a vibrator while penetration is still possible. According to the website, it tucks right underneath a woman's labia majora.
Okay.
You know, I saw the video of how this thing is supposed to be placed, and it looks uncomfortable in description. But apparently it's working, though. So, you know, if anybody wants to email and describe to me how well this works, fine. And if they decide not to, fine.
Then all your complaints.
I will admit to certain curiosity.
Whatever.
I have morbid curiosity, but at the same time, as I read the emails, I have a feeling I'm going to be half hiding my eyes. Like I'm too young for this conversation. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Says the man with 3 kids.
Hey, I did it 3 times. Okay, 3. Uber people who take Uber in New York City, you might be in for a special treat. There is a chance you can be picked up by a Hot Wheel.
Huh?
I shit you not. There are Dodge Chargers that have been made up like the Hot Wheel version of Stormtrooper cars. The Stormtrooper Hellcat Chargers, and there's at least, according to the picture, at least a dozen of these things wandering New York City for Uber.
Oh. Is it the same thing we saw at Comic-Con?
I don't think so. I'll send you the link so you can take a look. These cars look more traditional. Just the paint style is there's no special body molding. It's just a distinctive paint style made to look like a Stormtrooper's helmet from The Force Awakens. I almost said Star Trek The Force Awakens, but I stopped myself.
Oh, that looks pretty neat.
Yeah, the only disadvantage is that means you have to get in the car with an Uber driver. And as we discussed, you never know what those guys are about.
Yeah, I wouldn't be doing that.
I know a lot of people who use Uber safely, but there's just too many unknowns about the people I get in those cars with. I can't do it myself. Last up in nerd interest news, sometimes on Kotaku and IO9, you know how they ask readers to put together stories based on different subjects?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
This week, Kotaku asked for their readers for video game horror stories.
Oh, this should be good.
And one in particular threw itself right out at the beginning of the story and is titled From Corgi Care, Only Lesbians Play Pokemon.
What?
What?
Quote, I think I was around 20 or so and I was very much into Pokemon. Loved all the games. It was around 1998 and the card game was in full throw. I remember walking into a Babbage's and this guy immediately jumped on me asking if I needed help. Being an adult, I politely said, no, I'm good. But the guy would not leave me alone. Finally, exasperated, I asked if he had any Pokemon games. He kind of stared at me a few seconds and then smirked and said, little lady, like you playing Pokemon? That's a first. Wouldn't you like something a little more your type? We have a great Zelda game.
What?
Yeah. Ocarina of Time had just come out, and yes, I already had it. Telling him, so he looked slightly discouraged and then made a comment about how he only knew that lesbians ever played Pokemon. Slightly offended, I looked at him and I said, I am a lesbian. The look on his face was priceless. He backpedaled and stammered something I can't remember, and then tried to sell me a game. I told him to keep his game to himself and cram it where the sun didn't shine, and walked out. He followed me to the door, trying to stammer apologies, but I was having none of it. I went to a different place and got better service, and didn't get harassed, unquote.
Well,
that's one of those times where you just wish for the cartoon-like ending. Me. Wah. Dude screwed that one up really badly.
Oh, yeah.
What was he thinking?
Apparently that only lesbians play Pokemon.
He was trying to make a sale.
If you were trying to make a sale, you wouldn't accuse only lesbians of playing fucking Pokemon.
Yeah. Not very tactfully, if he was trying to make a sale.
I deal with car salesmen all the same time at work. Yeah, they can be a bit blunt.
Fair enough.
I used to be a car salesman. There's a reason why I'm no longer a car salesman. Okay, last up, we have our What the Fuck corner. We talk about those stories across the internet that just make you laugh and ask, what the blue fuck happened here? And being that is What the Fuck lately, of course, we have video game glitches.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, the first one is from a game I have not played and not seen before. You guys know that Mad Max Fury Road is out on stream as of right now.
Yep.
And it spawned a video game. So the first glitch is actually from the Mad Max game. I took a look at it, and I like to call this one the Human Shuriken.
This
should be good.
With that, Ty, don't leave much to the imagination.
No, it does not. I sent the video. There you see the character on top of that tower. Guess you got to get to that rope. So he falls and whee!
Whoa!
I have no idea what made him flip end over end, and judging by the way he's getting up, neither did he. There was no rhyme or reason for that. It just looked like he tripped, and all of a sudden, it's like he got punched by the One Punch Man right in the jaw.
Just all decided to do some cartwheels.
Can't fly far enough for that.
He found the gravity well. I don't have an explanation. But the second video game glitch we have this week actually is from another new game that's come out recently, Metal Gear Solid 5.
Ooh.
It's not necessarily a glitch. I would actually put this under the category of epic play, because I doubt a lot of people thought you could do this. I sent the video.
Epic play. Okay.
Epic play. There you see Snake, and he summons the old box. So he gets up, the guy runs toward the hill with it, and whee! Slides down the hill in the box.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Wow,
Unsummon
someone
the
actually
box.
paid attention to physics. Whoa.
Pretty much. I like the fact that when you unsummon the box, it just flies into the sky like it's going back to Zordon or something. And the third and final video game glitch I have this week, this is an honest-to-God glitch, and this one comes from a game that's starting to produce way too many of them, Assassin's Creed Black Flag. And holy shit, I tried watching it to understand what the fuck happened, and I'm still lost. I sent the video. So there you see your character. You're chasing down someone called Kid, which I assume is Captain Kid. And it's cut screen, right? There's Kid. Now watch this. The fuck happened?
What?
Kid fucking exploded. And I kid you not, that's exactly what happened. He fucking exploded. He's talking, but there's nobody there.
I thought he got sent through the wall.
No, what you saw rebound off the wall and get up was one of the random slaves walking by. Captain Kidd is fucking gone.
Hold on, let me see that again.
You want to replay that?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll replay that one more time. Okay, so he's running, and there you are in the game. You tackle Kid, right? Goes to cut screen. There he is in front of you. You see the slave in the background, and boom!
Yeah.
The poor slave is knocked over, and Kid's gone like a fart in the goddamn wind.
It actually makes an explosion noise.
I'm not sure it was an explosion or he just broke the sound barrier.
You think Quicksilver just kidnapped the little bastard or what? And you see that one lady walking up like, I swear he was right here, but then there was boom and he was gone, and I don't know. I mean, blue fuck! I'm kind of glad that didn't happen to my wife when she was playing the game, because she would have screamed, dropped the controller, and spent the next 15 minutes trying to explain what happened. I swear he was right there! Okay? And there was a boom! So you threw a grenade. No! You threw dynamite. No! He had dynamite. No! It was just boom and he was gone! He's not Gallagher. What the fuck happened? God damn. Thanks to a product of the World Wrestling Federation called NXT, I'm starting to get back into professional wrestling. NXT is full of their younger, newer guys. It's a more entertaining show, in my opinion. Their wrestlers are just playing better. But this story isn't about wrestling. It's about a particular wrestler. The character's name is Kevin Owens. He is a heel currently on the Raw roster. He's moved up, and he's had some high-profile feuds with John Cena, the current NXT champion Finn Balor, and more recently Cesaro. But the story isn't necessarily about him. The story is about the fact that he is a master of tweeting. He's an utter master of tweeting. There was a guy named Steve who decided to tweet at him, quote, "You just suck and will never be as good as John Cena, so get over it." And Owens decided to respond to him, quote, "Nice to see you take a break from sending creepy tweets to women to send me this. You're a 50-year-old man. Stop it," unquote. The guy is really good when it comes to comeback and burns. There was another person who decided to send him a tweet that said, quote, "You can't see me, Owens," quote, unquote. And his response was, quote, "Sure I can. You're right there, taking a lame selfie of yourself, pretending to talk on the phone in a cornfield," unquote.
Ooh, damn.
Burn.
There was another person named Damon Cooley who decided to tweet Kevin Owens and said, quote, "Boy, if you don't shut your mouth because I can smell it from here," unquote. To which Kevin Owens responded with, quote, "You can't even insult someone properly, you idiot. Get off Twitter," unquote. There was at one point
there's gotta
somebody...
be a gem in there.
Oh, dude, somebody decided... Owens tweeted a picture of himself with his child, just a non-character thing. He was just being himself for a few minutes, right?
Yeah.
And somebody named Abby Ruddick decided to poke at him. Quote, "LMBO, that's all you're good at. Why don't you stay home and be a father instead of trying to fake being a wrestler," unquote. Ooh. So that got Owens' attention, so he said, quote, "You seem like a pretty terrible person. Sincerely feel bad for your family," unquote.
That's direct.
And I love the next one because somebody that calls himself Berg with a $sign said, quote, "Your interviews need a little work, but yeah, no doubt, you're talented," unquote. Owens heard that and responded with, quote, "Your listening skills need work," unquote. I'm glad he's not afraid of anybody. There was one last person who decided to poke at him, and I don't know what this guy said. His name was Mike Markey Music.
Uh-huh.
He must have said something direct because all Owens told him was, quote, "Hope that baby in your pit grows up to be smarter than you, buddy," unquote. I gotta follow his Twitter, man. He just doesn't take shit from anybody. Now, this next one is a positive what the fuck, but it's a really strange one. I have done yoga. Has anybody else in this room done yoga?
Yep.
No.
Okay.
Done lots of yoga.
V, you need to go to British Columbia.
Why?
Sunday, October 4th, the Small Animal Rescue Society of British Columbia in Canada is doing a fundraiser called Bunny Yoga.
Okay.
It's a 1-hour class. It's $20. And Bunny Yoga is not a clever name. That's literally what it is. They send an instructor in there. You put down a mat. You do yoga. And there's a ton of rabbits crawling around the floor. Oh, there's that sound again.
Yeah.
It just sounds adorable.
There's a couple pictures of apparently classes they've done before, including one lady who's on the ground. Her leg. I wouldn't say her legs are apart. She's just laying there and her feet are apart. And apparently a black rabbit decided it's really warm and crawled up. There's another picture of a lady. It looks like she's trying not to laugh as she's touching her toes, and there's this rabbit just sitting right underneath her. So it's literally yoga with rabbits all over the place. Like I said,
I do want to go.
I would try yoga just for that experience.
It's a 1-hour class, and it's only $20 for an hour. All proceeds go to SARSBC, or the Small Animal Rescue Society of British Columbia. I would just hate to shake out my mat and have a bunch of rabbit turds fly off it. That would be my only problem. And unfortunately, rabbits have strong teeth, which means you might come back with your yoga mat significantly smaller than when you left. This was a strange what the fuck. I did not expect this. Have you ever heard of a fire NATO?
Vaguely.
Sounds like
and no, this
firestorm.
is not. Yeah, this is not a tornado filled with sharks filled with fire. No, it's not that stupid.
I didn't picture the sharks, but...
In 2003, there was a freak incident of weather in Kentucky. It included lightning. One of those lightning strikes hit a Jim Beam factory.
Okay.
It sounds like a joke, but I'm not trying to be funny. The images from the Weather Channel are almost horrendous because that lightning strike on the Jim Beam factory, which, yes, does produce bourbon and whiskey, ignited the alcohol.
Oh.
So there was a firestorm, but because it was already adverse weather, some of the winds picked up that fire, and what you have is literally a fire-nado or tornado of fire in the middle of this place. Would you like to see these images?
Yes.
Oh,
yes. Oh my god.
Fuck to the
this
yes
sounds
do I have
amazing.
pictures, because it was one of those things where I heard fire-nado. That sounds so lame, and I saw the pictures. Holy shit, that's awesome! Take a look at this. This is what a bunch of redneck nightmares looks like.
Dude, that's sick.
Oh, bastard.
You know what that is? That's not freak weather. That's God and the devil fighting over who gets to drink more alcohol in that minute. According to the story, in 2003, a freak weather destroyed a warehouse in Kentucky holding bourbon. The inflammable spirit flowed into a nearby creek towards a lake. A lightning strike then set fire to the bourbon on the lake's surface. A small tornado sucked up the flaming liquid and set fire to nearby trees.
Damn.
That's
That
not a
would've-
redneck nightmare. That's like a deal with the devil.
Oh, you can bet there were several people in Kentucky when they heard Jim Beam was struck by lightning. They probably fell to their knees and screamed, "No!"
Devil came to collect.
Couldn't imagine if that was a Marvel factory, dude. I would have killed myself. Now, people putting bad reviews of restaurants, it probably happens every other day thanks to stupidity that is the internet. Wouldn't you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there was one diner who left a bad review of a restaurant that was closed, and one of the restaurant workers told her to go fuck herself. That was a literal response. Go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
The young lady's name is Jennifer Bennett. She reserved a table at a Portuguese eatery called Lusitano in Chorlton, Manchester. Okay, England, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she set the reservation using Groupon, which is a pretty reliable site when it comes to deals and discounts.
Yeah.
So when she arrived with her husband for the meal at the reserved time, she found out the business was closed for repairs. So when she found nothing, she went back to the Facebook page of this particular restaurant, Lusitano, and left a review. Said, quote, "Had a table booked for Friday at 7:30, turned up and you were closed. I've emailed you about it and I'm still awaiting a response, and there's no answer when I call. After spending £6.50 on a taxi to Chorlton, we ended up having to eat elsewhere, so it was not the cheap night out we'd hoped for. And having read some recent reviews on here, I'm not even sure if I actually want to redeem my Groupon voucher now. Although Hotspot S Paradise around the corner was a good find, so not completely wasted evening." Unquote. Not an unreasonable response to what happened to her, right?
Not at all.
Okay, so the response from Lusitano Restaurants was, quote, "Just fuck off, lady," unquote.
Literally?
Literally. Screenshot and everything.
Jesus. That is
She was
excessive within
that
her
was
rights.
that was a very generous review.
I don't know what to tell you, because the screenshots from Jennifer, I think it was Bennett. Yeah, Jennifer Bennett's Facebook has been shared across the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And what was it? She said, quote, "I just want to point out I'm not angry at the restaurant for being closed or the £12 I spent on Groupon. Obviously, if they've gone out of business, that's really unfortunate. But watch how you speak to people because it can affect your business. I don't deserve to be spoken to like that," unquote.
Yep, and now the world knows.
Yeah, there was another Facebook user named Lauren Hutchinson who joked, quote, "Best customer service ever. If that's how you react on Facebook in public where everyone can see, what on earth would you do to my food?" unquote.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Since the story broke, Lusitano Restaurant has been unavailable for comment.
Of course.
I don't know if I'd want the comment. They probably just tell you to go fuck yourself in your newspaper.
Wonder if it was an angry employee that got on their Facebook and
I don't know.
That person needs to be fired and find someone else for HR. Or not HR, PR.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not the only what the fuck story of restaurant stupidity this week. And this one happens to be stateside. Welcome to the Red Lantern Restaurant in Florida.
Red Lantern? Oh, crap.
No, it's not angry, so shut the fuck up.
Okay.
The Red Lantern has a bad history in Florida of several violations, including live maggots, rodent feces, and more. I don't know what the fuck more is, but if that's the detailed stuff, you can leave out fucking more. I'm done already.
Yeah.
This was all discovered on multiple visits by health inspectors. Mm-hmm. Okay? Apparently, in the middle of their latest inspection, the health inspector was kicked out by the Red Lantern owner.
Well, I think they're shut down.
Yeah, the owner of the restaurant pretty much said, that's fucking enough. You've done everything you can, and kicked him out mid-inspection. A local TV crew from WPLG went out to talk to the owner, but they were also kicked out of the restaurant. Here's the funny part, though. Somehow, this restaurant has a 4-star rating on Yelp and Google.
Bullshit.
And this restaurant has been shut down. It's true. They have 4-star ratings. I looked it up myself. And this is after the restaurant's been shut down and having to clean up enough to reopen. Somebody is definitely paying people to put good reviews on their restaurant, I'd say.
Yeah.
Or their food's that damn good? I don't know.
With live rodents, with live maggots and rodent feces found in the restaurant, I fucking doubt it.
Yeah.
Gross.
God damn it, man. That's the kind of place that makes you swear off hole-in-the-wall restaurants, you know? Some of them are really good, but there's others that are like this, and that's the reason why they're called hole-in-the-wall. I have one more culinary what the fuck, but it's a happier one, and it's also a confusing one. And this apparently does exist. This almost sounds like a Comic-Con dare, frankly.
Okay.
It's called the Pizzarito.
Okay, this sounds interesting.
It's an interesting recipe that's been released online. It involves an oven, so it's not something you can do without a little bit of assistance, but this is the way it works. First, you order one large unsliced cheese pizza. Okay?
All right.
Then, you take 2 pounds of cooked bacon and throw that on top of the cheese pizza.
Love it already.
Okay? Then, you take 3 Chipotle burritos and put them in a line in the middle of the bacon across the large cheese pizza.
Chipotle burritos, pass. I'm done.
You slice the outer edges and fold everything over. I imagine you can substitute any kind of burrito that fits your fancy.
Yeah.
You use toothpicks to pin the sliced pizza in place around and over the burritos. Then you take all that, you cover in 2 cups of cheese of your choice, baked until the cheese is melted to a, quote, glue-like consistency. Then take out, slice, and serve. That is a pizzarito.
That sounds delicious and a heart attack waiting to happen.
This sounds like the food that made Peter Griffin into the man he is.
Yeah, it sounds way too much for me.
That sounds really interesting, but it sounds like one of those science experiments you have to be around a bunch of people you trust, because there's a lot of steps involved here.
You find someone at next year's some restaurant next year's Comic-Con actually makes that.
Dude, if they do,
I will try it.
Yeah, I'd go down there with a fucking GoPro. That sounds incredible.
Yeah, it's like you, me, and Steve. Who tap out first?
Are you kidding? Could you imagine if we brought enough stuff to like camp out outside Hall H and then ordered all the shit it would take to make a pizzarito and then just cooked it right there in the middle of the field? It'd probably look like a scene out of the goddamn 300. Defend the burrito. The swarms are coming. Keep them away. You know, and then just when it looks like we're about to hold our own and the line's about to collapse, V swings in, steals the whole fucking thing, and makes us all look stupid.
You know it.
Yeah. Okay, last up in What the Fuck is the happiest What the Fuck I've seen all week. It is no secret, as of next month, the DVD and Blu-ray version of Avengers Age of Ultron comes out. The word that it was supposed to be out on streaming services as of September 8th, and unfortunately was either false or pushed back, I don't know. But it turns out some enterprising people out there found out that part of the gag reel for the Blu-ray version of Age of Ultron was available and put it online.
Ooh.
You want to see the gag reel to Age of Ultron?
Yes.
Yes.
Why do I even ask? Because that's a stupid goddamn question as soon as I asked it. I sent the video.
Avengers!
Assemble!
Can I ask you a question?
I like the
larger sense of this.
Kick me on the Hulkbuster.
So you're gonna leave me here with an omelet on my face again? I'm gonna start over. Let's go back to the top.
I'll see you tonight, 8 o'clock. Bring your swimsuit.
Pluripotent cells inside
that was creepy as fuck.
Xylo. Pluripotent cells into a
poor Mark Ruffalo in science.
Yeah.
Polysaccharide.
Hope just jacked Ultron's ride.
Jacked Ultron's ride?
Why am I going over here?
To see him on the thing and tell him, you know.
But why did I do that?
Don't be going all stealth mode, mother. We can't see you.
That's an ad.
I love the conversation between Samuel Jackson and Scarlett. You know, tell the motherfucker go over there.
Wait.
This is the best gag I saw. I watched this through its entirety. It's a scene where Quicksilver is on the lifeboat dead. You know, Hawkeye lays down next to him. There's Jeremy Renner collapsing. You want to know how Quicksilver died in this film? He died because Hawkeye just really didn't like him. I'm serious. Watch this. You see him looking at the body? And he reaches over and covers his mouth. He makes sure this bastard's dead. And there he is writhing. Fucking morbid.
They both were having fun with it, though.
Hell yeah.
You know that Aaron Taylor Johnson at the end is just, get off me, I want this fucking job. Okay, I have one last story that didn't fit into any category because it just came out today. It is fucking long. V, I'm gonna need your help with this because this is a bunch of shit. And I mean a bunch of shit. IO9 took all the information that came out from the release of the Star Wars merchandise on Force Friday this past September 4th, and they've compiled what they believe to be a comprehensive summary of the period between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens.
Oh dear.
They've compiled this from the back of toy packages, and books that were released over the past few days.
Okay.
And this is a ton of work. So I'll tell you what, because of the way it breaks down, I will read a section, then you will read a section, then I will read a section. Because, like I said, this is comprehensive, fucking long, and I like my vocal cords too much.
Gotcha. All right. Jesus, that's long.
I told you. And normally this would be its own thing. However, this just came out, and I kind of like to jump on it before it gets too late.
Yeah, I get that.
So the first section of this is titled "The War Continues." Quote, "The Rebels' victory at Endor may have been portrayed in Return of the Jedi as the killing blow of the Galactic Civil War, but it was far from it. The Empire was deeply wounded by the loss of the second Death Star as well as the Emperor and Darth Vader, but surviving and fleeing Imperials quickly clamped down on any galaxy-wide celebrations thought of rebellion. The victory parade at Coruscant's Monument Plaza was cut down by Imperial police, and just as quickly as talk of the Empire's doom spread, equal talk from the Empire that not only had the Emperor survived the Battle of Endor, but that the Rebels had been wiped out altogether, spread to combat the news. The Rebels knew this, however. Following the celebrations at Bright Tree Village, Rebel intelligence discovered an Imperial holdout still active on Endor, one hastily liberated by the Rebels, but which led to the discovery that the Empire were trying to clamp down any talk of their victory on the Forest Moon. The Alliance quickly sought to counter Imperial propaganda. Both Admiral Akbar and Leia Organa delivered recorded speeches on the HoloNet, the Star Wars universe's galaxy-wide transmission service. Think the internet, but with holograms. As a declaration of the Empire's defeat at Endor, and that the war to free the galaxy is far from over. Today is a day of celebration. We have triumphed over villainy and oppression and have given our alliance, and the galaxy beyond it, a chance to breathe and cheer for the progress in reclaiming our freedom from an empire that robbed us of it. We have reports from Commander Skywalker that Emperor Palpatine is dead and his enforcer, Darth Vader, with him. But though we may celebrate, we should not consider this our time to rest. We struck a major blow against the Empire and will now be the time to seize the opening we have created. The Empire's weapon may be destroyed, but the Empire itself lives on. Its oppressive hand closes around the throats of good, free-thinking people across the galaxy, from the Coruscant core to the farthest systems in the Outer Rim. We must remember that our fight continues. Our rebellion is over, but the war is just beginning. Signed, Admiral Akbar. God, that sounds like a speech Optimus Prime would give. Bonus fun fact, the Force Awakens Poe Dameron was likely conceived during the celebrations at the end of Return of the Jedi. His parents, Shara Bay and Kes Dameron, both fought in the ground and space battle at Endor and are protagonists in Shattered Empire, unquote.
Interesting.
God damn it, why didn't they make that fucking movie? That sounded intriguing.
The next section is the Iron Blockade.
Yep.
As news got harder to control and rebellious uprisings across the galaxy harder to put down, the remaining Imperial governors in power got increasingly desperate, none more so than Adelhard, the governor of the Aeonote sector?
Anoet? I'll say Anoet.
Okay,
but
Anoet.
I love the name Adelhard, though. That sounds like the beginning to a Swedish rock anthem.
Right. This home to locations like Hoth and Bespin.
Yep.
Adelhard rallied what was left of the Imperial Navy under his command to construct a blockade around the entire star system, stopping citizens from leaving and potentially joining the emboldened alliance, clamped down on communication, and sent stormtroopers out on the streets. The idea spread across the Empire as the Imperials no longer attempted to combat the rebel threat, but instead simply shut down and hold up.
You know, I must be too old, because every time I read or hear that phrase, sent stormtroopers out on the streets, all I can think of is all these stormtroopers, but the sound effect in the back of my head is, oh, we, oh, we, oh. You know, for fuck's sake, I need to grow up. Next section is A New Republic Rises. Be patient, be strong, fight back where you can. The Imperial war machine falls apart, one gear, one gun, one stormtrooper at a time. The New Republic is coming, and we want your help to finish the fight. Signed, Leia Organa. As the Empire locked itself down, the Rebel Alliance swept into action, but no longer as the Alliance to restore the Republic. With Mon Mothma's homeworld of Chandrila free from the Empire's grasp, the Alliance was dissolved shortly after the Battle of Endor and reformed into the New Republic. A new Senate ushered in at the capital city of Hana. Mon Mothma took on the role of Chancellor of the New Republic, and although his charter was largely based on that of the Old Republic, right down to the fact that Mothma still had many of the emergency powers granted to Palpatine during the height of the Clone Wars, unlike the former Republic, the new Senate was democratically elected to serve on Chandrila rather than a delegated position. This very first meeting of the Senate includes over 100 senators from across the galaxy. Despite ongoing hostilities between the New Republic and the Empire, Mon Mothma's primary goal upon the opening of the Senate was to demilitarize the New Republic as quickly as possible. The majority of the Chancellor's emergency powers were stripped immediately, and plans were made, despite a disagreement from sections of the Senate, to eliminate 90% of the New Republic's army and navy, which was headed up by Admiral Akbar. Instead of entirely removing that military power, though, the funding went instead to bolstering the planetary armies of the New Republic's member worlds, with the remaining New Republic armies kept as a peacekeeping force stationed at a new academy on Chandrila to train recruits. It's the beginning of G.I. fucking Joe!
Next section up is a downfall. The New Republic's call for its own demilitarization came hand in hand with its numbers being vastly increased by a swath of Imperial captures and defections over the year following Endor. With the Empire largely in chaos as Moffs backstabbed each other, attempted to consolidate power, and declared new emperors, at such regular occurrence the announcements have lost all meaning, the New Republic's forces swept across the galaxy and won victory after victory against Imperial forces. Several Moffs and generals defected, relinquishing not just themselves but their Star Destroyers to the New Republic. Naboo was liberated and defended from 3 consecutive sieges as the Empire sought to own the homeworld of the Emperor as a symbolic victory, as was Geonosis after a failed attempt by Imperials to restart the separatist droid factories housed there. Many planets succeeded to the New Republic or were earned by victory in battle, including even ultimately Coruscant. The Imperials routed to their final garrison on the Empire's capital. A remnant of the Imperial forces, including the Ravager, the last super Star Destroyer in the galaxy, converged on the outer rim planet of Akava in an attempt to stabilize the remaining factions of the Empire altogether, as much of the outer rim was still occupied by Imperial forces. This holdout in particular formed into an Imperial Future Council, which was divided as to whether the Empire should turn their back on the Emperor's devotion to the dark side and become a force for order, or whether to continue the Emperor's dark side teachings and hunt down its ultimate power, allegedly hidden on the outskirts of the galaxy. But before any real progress could be made, Activa was ultimately liberated and the remnants of the Imperials scattered once more.
I'm kind of interested in the idea that all these new emperors kept coming up with people just backstabbing them as they come through. I mean, I had this image of this poor announcer saying, "Here's the new emperor, Jal Torrent." Okay, here's the new emperor, Kal Torat. This is Emperor Bob of. God damn it!
What's your name now?
Yeah. You're just listing. These are the last 10 people that were declared emperor, and this is their current person.
These are their successors.
That's old news. Yeah.
You can imagine that for half an hour. It was just, what the fuck is your name? Oh, I don't give a shit. You're dead in like 5
You're
minutes.
number
I don't
2.
care.
You're number
I just
5.
don't care.
Yeah.
All right. Next up in this section is the battle for Jakku, and I think we just hit about the halfway point in this description.
Really?
Yes, it is that comprehensive. Quote, almost a year to the day after the Battle of Endor, what's left of the Imperial Navy under the command of Grand Moff Rand committed to an offensive over the planet of Jakku. Jakku was sparsely populated and of little tactical worth to the Empire, but Rand saw it as an opportunity. If the might of the Imperial Navy could score a decisive victory over the New Republic, worlds would return to the Empire just as they had turned to the New Republic after Endor. Instead, Jakku became a costly mistake for the Empire. The largest battle in the war since Endor was a crushing defeat for the Empire, as New Republic forces overwhelmed them with superior tactics and a space fleet of similar scope to the forces committed by the Empire. Capital ships and starfighters from both sides crashed and burned into the sands of the planet as the engagement turned into a land battle. And get this is where it gets important, where the Star Destroyer Inflictor was forced to plow itself into the surface, scuttling it rather than allowing to be captured by the New Republic. This is where it remained for the next 3 decades, as seen in the Force Awakens teaser trailer. Nice. The same teaser trailer also implies that the Super Star Destroyer Ravager was lost at Jakku, as the Millennium Falcon is seen being chased by the TIE fighters through what appears to be the wreck of a Super Star Destroyer, unquote. So there you go, plot points already.
The next section is A Hot War Goes Cold. Jakku was essentially the death knell of the Galactic Civil War. The humiliating rout of the Imperial Navy led to the Empire signing a peace agreement with the New Republic, with strict borders carving out the areas of space under the control of the two sides. Imperials displeased with the treaty began to amass a small fleet on the outskirts of the galaxy, biding their time and preparing to strike at the unsuspecting New Republic. But the New Republic wasn't as naive as the Imperials may have thought. After the treaty was signed, and despite her intent to demilitarize the New Republic, Mon Mothma kept Admiral Akbar's fleet ready to defend the New Republic at a moment's notice. At this point, the heroes of the original Star Wars trilogy went their separate ways. Luke journeyed to the planet Devoran with the intent of learning the ways of the Force and re-establishing a Jedi temple there. Leia took a position as general in the New Republic, commanding armies alongside Admiral Akbar. Meanwhile, Han Solo and Chewbacca headed off on their own, ostensibly on a mission to investigate smuggling rings that the Empire attempts to use to run through New Republic blockades, but they instead head to the Imperial-occupied Kashyyyk to attempt to liberate the Wookiee homeworld once and for all. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there's no way to say the Wookiee homeworld without getting a little bit of a giggle, though. That sounds so ridiculous on its face. And it's another case where things sound interesting. I mean, they talk about this truce that's signed between the New Republic and the Empire. And judging by how savvy and ruthless both sides were, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that the generals on both sides of that were Bill Belichick and fucking Roger Goodell. The next section of this, again, has to do with plot points that you'll find about in the new Star Wars The Force Awakens film, and it's called Beyond the Stars. Quote, but in the year between Endor and Jakku, the presence of the dark side slowly began to swell once more. On the planet Taris, a name familiar to fans of the Knights of the Old Republic video games, shadowy dark side Force users called the Acolytes of the Beyond began seeking out powerful dark side artifacts, perhaps linked to the organization that ultimately becomes the Vader-obsessed Knights of Ren, one of whom is Force Awakens villain Kylo Ren. and purchase what they believe is a lightsaber of Darth Vader from a merchant there, leaving an ominous message that they are not violent. Not yet. It's not just the acolytes who believe in the power of the dark side, though. Led by Tashu, a former advisor to the Emperor, a certain sect of Imperial forces believe that in order to regain control of the galaxy, they must hunt down the wellspring of the dark side, located on the fringes of the galaxy, and meet up with Imperial forces already investigating said power. We must instead move towards the dark side. Palpatine felt that the universe beyond the edges of our maps is where his power came from. Over the many years he, with our aid, sent men and women beyond known space. They built labs and communication stations on distant moons, asteroids, out there in the wilds. We must follow them, retreat from the galaxy, go out beyond the veil of stars. We must seek the source of the dark side like a man looking for a wellspring of water. With Vader-obsessed acolytes and secret Imperials hidden beyond the stars, it seemed like the First Order was on the rise almost immediately after Jakku, unquote. And there's only one section left, and it has to do with a fan favorite.
And just one more thing. Although the Journey to the Force Awakens material released so far has largely dealt with the larger ramifications of events on the Star Wars galaxy, Aftermath features an interesting interlude that heavily implies that a certain fan favorite may be returning. Yes, Boba Fett may be back, or at least someone wearing his armor is. The interlude features two scavengers on Tatooine discovering a set of Mandalorian armor in a hull in a Jawa sandcrawler, pitted and picked as if with some kind of acid, along wreckage from a luxury sail barge. One of the scavengers takes the heavily damaged but functioning battle armor and declares himself the new lawman of Tatooine. Although it's never explicitly stated that the armor is Fett's, it's heavily implied, especially as the acid damage certainly sounds like the lengthy, gruesome digestion process of the Sarlacc that Boba Fett fell into in The Return of the Jedi. If Fett's Mandalorian was retrieved from the Sarlacc, did he himself survive, having discarded it? We don't know yet, but don't be surprised if he did. There's some... Yeah, actually that's...
Yeah, I would say that's a slam dunk as to who that's supposed to be, especially since they found it next to a luxury barge.
Oh, yeah.
I don't see what other explanation there could possibly be, considering how rare that armor is supposed to be at this period. So, there you go. That is a history of a lot of the period between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens by IO9's people putting it together. This was written by James Whitbrook on IO9, and I got to commend them for just, 4 days worth of work. That's amazing. They put together a lot of shit. And now there's an actual roadmap as to how they got from point A to point B here. So, total credit. Did you guys find anything interesting in that bit of news?
No, I found well thought out.
It's very.
I'm very interested in the, I guess what we now could call the First Order searching for the dark side. What do they call it?
Well, it sounds like the First Order are the people who didn't go looking for the wellspring. They're the ones who stayed behind to actually do something.
Well, I'm thinking about the acolytes that went to look for the wellspring in the dark side.
The Knights, and the Knights of Ren. God, for a minute there, I was almost scared because the way you guys were talking was like you just had the worst sexual encounter ever. No, that was nice. It was okay.
It's very detailed.
It's like
I appreciate that they're making the war an actual war, not like, hey, we won.
We won. It's over.
Yeah.
It's probably easier now that the lore isn't compiled from the best cherry-picked bits of like 20 different fan boards now. They actually have a story. From there, we'll move forward into the discussion of the week, and that is the 2005 volume of X Factor. This is the third volume of X Factor, written by Peter David. He's a known novelist. I've seen him at a couple conventions. Nice enough guy, but he always seems like the kind of guy that's confused why people aren't buying more of his books, if that makes any sense. So we read
As he should be.
We read the first 6 issues of this volume, and the best way to describe this version would be, this is what would happen if the X-Men opened a detective agency. They're not superheroes. They're not trying to change the world. they're just trying to make sure their neighborhood doesn't fucking explode.
Mm-hmm.
And having a really tough time of it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's very noirish. It's set right after the decimation when 90% of the world's mutants lost their powers. And I love the cast they put together because there isn't one among them I would really call superheroic in almost any format. All of them are just broken and partially demented human beings.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
I think it makes them more relatable than your standard paragons of justice types. You know, I like Cyclops and everything, but it's a little hard to relate to a guy who... his ass is so tight, you almost swear he doesn't take a shit. You know, instead, this one is led by Jamie Madrox, who's been known as multiple man over the history of comics. And his typical power is the one that some people have seen in movies. You know, he takes a punch and he gets duplicated. But the difference is his powers have changed in such a point where his duplicates are not perfect copies of him anymore. They're more like weird aspects of his personality given voice.
It's terrifying, actually.
Yeah.
It's especially terrifying in the idea that he has no idea which duplicate he summons until he starts talking to it.
And even then, that's not good. That's not an accurate indicator.
Depending on how much it wants to lie to him? No. It brings up a whole different idea of lying to yourself and Freudian slips and all this shit I really don't want to get into.
Yeah. Like, I want to help this person, but they slept with my girlfriend that one time, so...
Or even worse, it's just, okay, we got somebody getting ready to set fire to a building. Talk him down, but fire is pretty. Okay, you're not the one I need.
Let it burn. Not you.
I mean, the perfect example is like the second goddamn page of the first issue, he summons 3 duplicates to try and figure out who's going to talk a character named Richter off of a ledge, and he starts asking he tells him to give him his best shot on how to get him down. The first one says, well, he might as well jump. Saves him from having to die in the inevitable nuclear holocaust we're heading towards. The second one says, if he does or doesn't, it should be his choice. I don't see that we have the right to interfere, although Heisenberg might just say just by observing, we are. And the third one says,
yeah.
How can he want to die on this beautiful night like this? Besides, suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. You'll do.
You're it. And Chuck!
I know, it's also great that he hires the other two just to throw the guy across the rooftop so he can go talk. One thing that did drive me mad about the first 6 issues, though, was the art changed so much.
Did it?
I think during the 3rd issue, it even changed like midstream. The first issue to the 2nd issue was a very big departure. I guess you guys didn't notice that.
No.
As far as art, it was a big shift. Let me see. The first issue, artist. The pencils were done by a guy named Ryan Sook. The 2nd issue, as far as I know, was a different artist. Pencilers were Ryan Sook and Dennis Caliero.
I like the second guy better.
I figured you would with your sensibility. You always like more realistic stuff. I tend to bend towards the more cartoony stuff. But as you can see, as you flip through the 2nd issue, the art does change sometimes from page to page.
I like it better when the colors are more distinct and can figure out who's who more easily.
I can appreciate that. You know, we've discussed, I'm a very visual person, so I like my stuff a little outlandish. You know, if I want to stare at something ugly, I look in the mirror all day. There you go. But one of the other characters in here got a major shift as well, and that's Siren. She's the daughter of another X-Man known as Banshee, who a lot of people probably know that character from X-Men: The First Class, the Screamer.
Yeah.
However, Siren got an addition to her powers in that she can modulate her voice to a point where it's almost hypnotic. She can make people fall into, I don't know about love, but at least a deep attraction with her.
Yeah. Giving her namesake, her call sign, some relative meaning.
Yeah, I guess it's possible. I mean, if you can already alter your vocal cords to such a point where you can break glass with it, being able to modify it to make it more enticing. Yeah, appeal subliminally or through the inner ear has got to be possible.
And even then, they eventually show that does have its own weaknesses.
Yeah. And the guy that Madrox is trying to stop from killing himself is another character from X-Men lore called Richter. He had the ability to create seismic waves. However, because of decimation, he's powerless.
Yeah, and he's in the pits right now.
Yeah, he's kind of the victim through the series. You know, he often ends up on the ass end of it. I can say, though, that late into the third volume, the Scarlet Witch returns and undoes what she did to him specifically. He regained his powers towards the end of the series. So at least he had
cool.
Things got better for him. I did really appreciate in the first issue that when Madrox's clone is trying to talk him down and is talking about how he started X Factor investigations, he won. He won the $1 million question?
Yeah. That was
He won the $1 million question by calling himself and 5 more of his duplicates, asking as his own personal data bank. That was a cute idea.
Yeah, that's clever.
That's an abuse of power.
Yeah.
That's a clever abuse of power. As long as
Yes,
he doesn't
it
do
is.
it every time.
Although I thought the most clever moment of the first issue was that happy-go-lucky duplicate finally talks Richter out of killing himself, but then reveals that he is Madrox's kind of sick, sadistic X-Factor, if you will. The one that does what you won't expect and then throws him off the fucking building.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a heart stopper to end the first issue, especially since, you know, reading it like this from issue to issue, we got the resolution. When I first read this and I had to wait another 30 days to find out what the fuck?
It's like, shit!
You people suck, man!
It's the old people down there, including Brains down there, is like, watching this happen.
I know, Wolfsbane is down there already, another X-Men character. And, yeah, you almost, when you're doesn't matter your age, when you're invested in the story like I was when this first came out, you want to go back and strangle the shit out of your comic book guy just to find out when the next release date is.
That's what we call a good cliffhanger.
It was a great cliffhanger. And like I said, I love the cast that was introduced in this series. You know, the other characters we didn't get a chance to talk about were Wolfsbane, who is a lycanthrope mutant. She's devoutly Catholic, but turns into a werewolf, which, as you can tell, has created a history of pain for a young Scottish girl.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we explored that with X-Force.
A little bit, yeah. And then you have... Well, this is her pre-X-Force days, even. X-Factor happened just before that stint of her life. And then you have Strong Guy, who was a former bouncer to a rock star who could teleport across planets, who is super strong in his own right, but has some cardio issues because his heart was not meant to pump across a body as large as his, so he has to be careful.
Yeah, they actually delve a little more into his history in a future issue.
Yeah. Although I do love the fact that he tried to stop a lady from getting away in a car, grabbed the bumper, and it didn't stay on. He accidentally pulled it off. Siren catches up to him and says, "Why didn't you stop him? How didn't you know that you would rip off that bumper? Hey, I'm called Strong Guy, not Smart Guy." You know, as much as you know he screwed up, you know, point to you, okay?
Why weren't you there as backup was my favorite. You told me to be there at 8.
That's a quarter till 8.
You didn't think she'd be early.
Now, the second issue of this series, like I said, has art that goes back and forth, but probably introduced the creepiest goddamn member of this whole book. Layla Miller, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I like her.
There's something up with her. Holy crap.
Layla Miller is fucking complicated. Do you guys understand the backstory behind this character?
No. Enlighten us.
Okay. This actually has to go with a prior event. Remember the decimation is where the Scarlet Witch, at the end of the I guess you could say, cross-universe event known as the House of M, declared no more mutants as a way to get back at her father and brother who just driven her crazy with how much they want to fix shit for mutants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, during the House of M, the Scarlet Witch transformed the world into a mutant-run world. You know, humans were now the minority, mutants were the majority. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
In the midst of this world she created, and again, she changed the entirety of reality around this, there was, I guess you could say, a reality antibody that was created at the same time. Some kind of subconscious version of the Scarlet Witch that had the ability to remember the world as it was prior and undo the, at least the mental changes to characters. In other words, when this character ran across characters from the Marvel Universe in the House of M, they were able to undo their memory so they could remember the prior world and start trying to fix things. Okay? That reality antibody was Layla Miller.
And so she remained after it.
Exactly. She's still in the world after the House of M collapsed. So she's still here. And apparently she's... And it gets even deeper than you think, because Layla Miller, throughout the third volume of X Factor, always portrayed as knowing a shit ton more about the future than anybody else in it. And later on I will tell you how she does that, because there's a bunch of things about this character that just get more fucked up as you go along. So anyway, another character shows up that's known as M, Monet St. Croix, who saves Richter from falling and going splat.
God, she's a bitch.
She
is.
It's unfortunately her bitchiness is well earned. She's a character that originally was created in Generation Next in the 90s. Monet is a paragon, but she is beyond the standard definition of paragon. She has super strength, invulnerability, flight, and telepathic.
Oh God.
She is goddamn near the total package. On top of that, she's physically attractive to most human beings, and she is fully fucking aware of this.
Oh, she abuses that.
Yeah.
Yes, she does. Rather notoriously. I'm sure being a telepath kind of reinforces the idea of I'm beautiful and everybody knows it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So Madrox reabsorbs a duplicate, and for some reason that nobody's sure of, Layla Miller has started filing papers in the X Factor headquarters, even though no one invited her to.
They're still trying to figure out how the hell she got in and why she's there.
It was never really explained, because it's just like they walked into the office and there she was, just working.
And I think they're just too lazy to tell her to get the fuck out, despite the fact that they said that.
It's really hard to turn someone away that's offering to help you.
Well, not just that, though. Even though they kept telling her to get out, she knew exactly what to say to make them, I don't want to say change her mind, but calm the frick down at least, and second guess it. She even told Siren that if she went off half-cocked to deal with somebody who killed an informant, she was going to die. And even though there was no good information to back that up, they kind of took her at her word.
Well, I have one question. Because I'm looking at her and she, remind me, 15 years old? Or is she, teenager?
She's like a teenager,
she's more like 13.
13 and 15.
Okay.
She's very young. You know, she sends Richter out to go do something, and it turns out on his way he happens to stop a lady from getting killed by a jealous ex-boyfriend. One of those things. And, God, the second issue was kind of a mishmash and a large setup because several threads are happening all at once.
It looked like Richter had some power that...
He used to have power. Like I said, he used to create seismic waves, but it was a little more intimate than that because he could feel tectonic shifts as they occur.
Right, but how did he actually stop the boyfriend? That panel, it made no sense to me.
He tried to calm the guy down, but he wouldn't, so Richter got a little more forceful while he was gassing up his motorcycle by taking the nozzle out of his gas tank and spraying the dude with gas. The guy produced a handgun.
Okay.
And
a revolver.
Richter warned him, don't fire that, but he pulled the trigger, so the backdraft of the bullet being fired, was just enough to ignite the fumes of the gasoline.
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha.
So the guy self-immolated, more or less.
That's what was going on.
Yeah, I knew exactly what happened there. It's like, fuck.
The third issue...
I've been doused in gasoline before. That's not fun.
Wow, okay. We got a story to go through later.
It's a story of idiocy.
I love how the third issue started because it was a bunch of jokes all at once. Siren, Teresa Cassidy, was asleep and talking in her sleep, saying, oh God, Ewan, what a magnificent lightsaber you have. Why, yes, I'd love to swim down the toilet with you. Yes, of course. Yes, of course, we can bring Liam with us.
And then she gets woken up and is fucking pissed.
The whole time she's talking in her sleep, though, Layla Miller starts playing with her alarm clock. So it goes off. I didn't
notice that.
Yeah, it goes off at 1:03 in the morning, and it's so loud and surprises her so thoroughly that Siren screams as she wakes up and accidentally smashes the fucking alarm clock with the scream, as well as her mirror.
And everything else that's fragile.
Oh, you're right. I did not notice that.
And the very next panel is Jamie Madrox just kind of walking by her door. Ah, Terry, you're awake. What was your first clue, Master Detective? All my Star Wars collectible glasses broke? Oh, good. Grow up. It's like fucking jokes and jokes.
Yeah, I dig it.
Oh, this is a cynical group.
Yeah. And the scene of Madrox holding on for dear life while Siren flies with that scream, that's a picture.
Again, whoever did all the panning had a really good sense of humor, especially when they flew over the cops outside the building.
Yeah, well, again, Peter David is the writer of this volume, and he has a good feeling for character.
Yes, he does.
I especially love that the cops will not give information on a murder that they'd like to find out about, so Siren uses her voice modulation powers and starts saying, "Oh, now, Officer Faith and Begora, surely you wouldn't want to be keeping us out. We can go through, can't we?" And the cop is just suddenly smitten with her and says, "Of course she can." And Madrox is right behind her. "Faith and Begora, don't start." "What, did someone swipe your Lucky Charms?" "I was in the moment. I said don't start." Want to borrow my Irish... Want to borrow my Irish Spring? It's manly, but you'd like it too. That's it. You're walking home. And it's during this issue that we meet the presumed villain, Damien Tripp. I still have a little trouble quantifying what's going on, but I get the feeling that there's multiple versions of this guy Damien Tripp running around.
One of them has super strength?
I get the feeling they're running through time, actually. I think there's different versions of them through time. They're all coalescing for different reasons.
What makes you think that?
There's this old man who doesn't identify himself. There's this guy in the tower named Damien Tripp. There's this Damien Tripp Jr. who doesn't seem to be that physically different other than being younger. Like I said, I've read it, but I don't recall. X Factor for a while wasn't... I wouldn't say it was low on my pull list, but there were other events going on that kind of sucked up my attention. And so you, again, have Layla Miller throughout the issue directing people to do different stuff that barely makes sense. Like the bathtub won't work. Tells Madrox that the car isn't working. Tells Richter to go outside and just pick up something. He runs into a guy being accosted by a gang. Shit like that. However,
okay, now you explain all that shit, it makes sense what happened to that one guy.
Although later in the issue with Monet, who is not really officially part of the team, but just kind of looking for a purpose, I guess, is in a robe, singing to "I'm Too Sexy."
Yes.
She has earbuds in and she's dancing, singing "I Shake My Sexy Butt" in the catwalk, then opens up her robe and looks at herself in the mirror, drops the robe around the time someone's knocking at the door. She can't hear him because of the earbuds, and Richter opens the door and says, "Monet, I thought we should..." Whoa!
Just stares.
I am surprised he didn't go through the wall.
Yeah. And when she notices he's there, she pushes him back out and yells, "Doesn't anybody here knock? I did knock, you psycho!"
Yeah. That was great.
You didn't ask to come in. I asked if you had a few minutes and you said yes. I walked in. Next thing I know, you pick me up and throw me in the hall.
After getting a good show.
Right.
And unfortunately, after Richter gets that show, he gets knocked out because, again, Wolfsbane and Strong Guy are busy outside dealing with hooligans, as directed. And this leaves the guy who knocked him out, basically just... I think he was looking for files, but he's willing to kill was whoever in his way, and all he encounters is a young girl, Layla Miller, sitting on the counter.
Uh-huh.
He pulls a knife, takes a couple steps forward, and she explains that he's not going to be able to do anything because she has these, and holds up two large nuts and washers.
Bolts.
And and that's about the time where water starts coming from the light fixture above the poor man. Turns out the bathtub that Miller said was broke was sabotaged. It dumped water. He jumped out of the way of the light fixture, but didn't jump out of the way of the power wires that suddenly hit the water and him.
Yep.
And bam, Korean barbecue. And I swear...
Korean barbecue is... I love Korean barbecue. You just soured it right now.
But the whole last page was a combination of funny and creepy. Because, of course, Monet is still upstairs, still fuming. She's floating with her powers. And all she does is scream, "Hey, who turned out the lights?" Thanks. But there's Miller's...
bitch.
Yeah, complete blackout. There's Miller with a flashlight on the guy she just cooked, and says, Monet sounds angry. Better shut off the water so the tub stops flooding. Then we can get the power back on. As for you, your heart will give out in about 5 seconds. Your mother will mourn you, but your wife won't.
Yeah.
Ow. Ow.
And just before the guy dies, he says, who are you? And Miller points the light at her own face and just says, I'm Layla Miller. I know stuff. And that's the end of issue 3, which I remember reading that a few years ago and going, blue fuck. What the fuck is happening here? I think that's the draw of this volume of X Factor, though. It's not superhero. It's not like Doctor Who whimsy. It is almost straight up noir. It is a bunch of dark comedy and wicked moments almost back to back.
Yeah, I like it a lot, actually.
And the thing about it is, though, especially early on, you're not sure who... You know the team is being played, but you're not sure who's doing the playing. Is it Damien Tripp? Is it some kind of outside force? Is it that weird wizard that's hanging around with him? Is it the fucking 12-year-old working on the files?
I think it's a 12-year-old.
I think it's a 12-year-old.
Like, there is too much weird stuff. Like, later when she goes back to the adoption place.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God, that issue, yeah.
Supposedly she gets beat up, but then I think is it Rick or Madrox that points out that she could have inflicted it herself?
I think it was Madrox. If I remember correctly, it was Rainey and Madrox who took a lot of interest in her at that orphanage.
Okay.
Or Wolfsbane and Madrox.
I can't tell the difference between them sometimes for some reason.
Okay. Well, Madrox has the flat top. Richter has the mop head.
Okay, that's very different.
I did like the beginning of issue 4 because the phone rings at X Factor Investigations and Monet is still floating around, picks up the phone and says, hello, Nuthouse. No, Madrox isn't here. Oh, this is Madrox. Sorry, lousy connection. Sorry. On second thought, I'm not sorry. Get your butt back here. We've had a flood. I punched out Richter, the peeping Tom. The lights went out. Wait, the lights are back on. Well, most of them. Oh, ick. There also appears to be... What do you mean, shut up and listen? I came here to help because I miss New York, Madrox, not to be bossed around.
She's such a bitch.
I like the character not because she's nice. I liked her because David used her to serious effect at just stirring shit up throughout this series.
Yeah.
And I especially love that when Madrox tells her to do something, she finally hangs up the phone and says, Layla! I have to go out. Jamie wants you to deal with the corpse on the floor. Which is not what the fuck he said at all, but obviously she didn't feel like dealing with it.
Well, he did say to get right there and didn't let her finish her sentence.
Yeah.
So I guess she feels that it was warranted.
Yeah, so they continue their investigation. It gets a little too complicated to explain in simple terms.
Yeah.
And we get more of a view of the proposed villain of this section of the volume, Damien Tripp, as well as the idea that M-Town is in serious need of defense, and unfortunately, X Factor Investigations is one of the largest homes of remaining mutants left. However, it's not a very lovey-dovey relationship when Siren decides to clean the cop cars with a yell. It looks like she pushes
I love that showdown between them and the SWAT. As they're desperately trying to avoid fighting, and it's like
they're pulling out all the intimidation checks they can.
It's like you got a guy that's 8 feet tall with a chest as big as your body, and a werewolf sitting on his shoulder, and you're not backing down.
You got to hand it to him, though, because a lot of people discount SWAT. They're the most highly trained enforcement officers in the world. You know, the FBI and the CIA train with SWAT, not the other way around. So when SWAT's called, shit's already bad.
In the contest between SWAT, Rangers, and Navy SEALs, SWAT won.
Yeah.
What, really?
Yes.
Yeah, there was a
but they
show
train
called...
in everyone's tactics.
There was a one
across
season
across the ocean.
There was a one-season reality show that came out back in 2001 or 2 called Combat Missions. And it was supposed to be random as to how teams were stacked up. They called in Rangers, SEALs, Marines.
From Israel.
No Israelis. And SWAT officers from across the country, to compete in simulations based on declassified missions. And one team was 5 out of 6 was SWAT, and a lot of people, even like reviewers of the show, laughed off this team. The team went undefeated through the team section. And then when the team was split in half to compete further, the team that was all SWAT beat the team that was 2 SWAT and a Marine. A Marine Force Recon. The final literally came down to a SWAT officer from Dallas versus a SWAT officer from Miami.
Nice.
Yeah, the only thing I can say that lends them to that is they are far more practiced than the others.
Yeah, but to get back on point here, in X Factor number 4, page 13, when these SWAT officers are facing down all this, they stand their ground. Got to give them credit. Then the young lady shows up with the red hair, and she threatens them and says, "Scram, hit the road. You spread the word Mutant Town's a haven for any former mutant who feels afraid, threatened, and vulnerable, and X Factor is the first, best line of defense." And the officer just stands his ground and says, "And if you refuse, then what?" And that's when Siren says 2 words, "I'll scream." And that's a moment that cop has no context, but anybody who's read Marvel Comics for no than 3 weeks just says, "Oh, fuck."
Yeah. And then we get two panels. One on everything up there and everything now in front of us. Fuck.
It's fucking weird. And let alone that, was it Singularity Investigations headed by Damian Tripp gets a mysterious package they opened up. It's the cooked assassin wrapped in fucking bubble wrap for some reason. With a sign that says "Stay out of Mutant Town. Hugs and kisses, X Factor." Fucking Miller is twisted.
Yeah, Layla.
How
did she actually get? Yeah.
Now the fifth issue though is a mind fuck.
Oh yeah.
At the end of the 4th issue, Siren was hit by a drug and knocked out, and somebody dragged her aside. She was kidnapped.
Beat her within an inch of her life.
Yeah, absolutely beat her with a fucking baton before he took her away.
Not sure it was the same guy that took her away.
Same dude.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Damian Tripp did it, and somebody else found her and took her. Tripp is impatient, I guess you could say.
Just a little.
So it turns out the guy that took away Siren was a former mutant who was pissed off and thought God was punishing him somehow. I never really got the inference as to what his power used to be, but obviously it was important to him.
I don't know if they ever explicitly said.
I don't think they did, but yeah, he felt slighted.
Well, no, I don't think he ever said what his mutant gift was. Just that he was one.
How did Richter take him out?
Oh, that's kind of a complicated story. It turns out this former mutant is also a doctor. And Richter, based on a couple of, half-assed clues that Layla Miller, again, gave, he found the tracer badge. All the X symbols that X Factor wears had GPS locators in them. He found that, and based on a few clues he found laying around, he managed to track down where she was taken, including, red hair left in a chain-link fence and everything. And I think this was a point where Richter was considering leaving because he feels out of place. He's the depowered one. He's the one right now that's completely normal. And he just doesn't understand what his purpose is. And I guess this is Layla Miller's kind of back-ass way of showing what his purpose is.
Right.
So while he's investigating this old playhouse trying to figure out where Siren was taken, the former mutant nearly gets a drop on him with a scalpel, but Siren manages to free her ball gag and then let out the one scream that this paralysis drug would allow her to do. It was just enough to delay this guy to the point where Richter wrapped a tied-up sandbag, the line leading to it, around his neck, used the scalpel to cut the rope, and hung the bastard.
Mm-hmm.
I missed the cutting the rope part. It just looked like it suddenly went up in the air.
Yeah.
The last couple of panels were very interesting because Siren is still weak from the drug and says, "Just so you know, I wasn't afraid of him. Not for my life." I wasn't afraid. And Richter is the one carrying her out saying, yeah, well, that makes one of us. Oh, by the way, Candy says hi.
Yeah.
Now, and that's what I loved about Peter David's run in this particular volume. He had this odd way of, even when things were bleak, he found a little bit of humor that just stopped it from getting fucking depressing.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I've always liked his writing. I've never actually, I don't think, have we read any of his comics yet?
I think we did read a little bit of his books before, but I forget which one.
Yeah, I seem to remember something. But anyways, I love his
well, that's right. The Madrox miniseries, that was his book.
Yeah, that was really good too.
You know, the lead into this particular series.
I like Madrox.
So the 6th issue is all about potentially where Layla Miller comes from. Everybody's ticked off because she could have stopped several horrible things from happening recently, but didn't. She just kind of controlled them just enough to create what she wanted and explain the butterfly effect.
She did at least seem to feel bad about it, but...
Yeah, I'm sure she's reticent, but it seems like she's driving towards a goal. And for those who don't know, the butterfly effect is essentially a chaos theory. It says that if a butterfly flaps its wings in one part of the world, the wind from that flap will grow and create an effect that eventually creates a hurricane in another part of the world. So if we've learned anything, we kill all butterflies, we'll all be safe. So
I really liked when she asked Madrox about that. And he's like, yeah, I studied it. How do you know about it? From Jurassic Park.
I was just thinking that.
So, as it turns out, Layla Miller apparently escaped from an orphanage. However, she had memories of a mother and father, and I think that harkens back to the House of M. When she was created, she was part of a family. So she remembers her parents from the former world she was created in. However, her current reality is a fucking orphanage, and not a very kind one at that.
Yeah, the person in charge there seemed awfully willing to let her go, though.
Yeah. I especially liked how Strong Guy was the one who came up with an idea to intimidate Damian Tripp, since he was the one who beat the shit out of Siren. He just happened to come up next to Tripp while they were jogging through Central Park. You're fucking right. Like something that big jogs.
Right.
And then when Guido lays down, or, you know, Guido is Strong Guy's real name, lays down a thin-veiled threat, and all Tripp says is, oh, really? To embrace a cliche, you and what army?
And then we see an army of Madrox.
Yep. Multiple in full force. So, yeah, Madrox and Wolfsbane go to check out the orphanage, and they find Layla Miller apparently had the shit beat out of her by the other kids. And I say apparently because you still can't tell with these people. And she says that maybe she could have stopped it, but I wonder if that's part of what her issue is that she has to see all these futures and she has to pick the best way, even if it looks like it's going to be awful in the short term.
Yeah.
That's kind of the curse of foresight.
Yeah.
That's kind of the curse of anyone with foresight like that. It's like, yeah, I can avoid all the problems in the world, but if I do that, bad shit's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But if I want a good future, it's like some bad shit's gotta happen now.
Yeah. I do like how David wrote it so that the owner of the orphanage wasn't just going to let Layla Miller be adopted by a bunch of weirdos, except she had no problem with Miller, quote unquote, escaping.
Well, I mean, she couldn't actually.
Not legally.
Yeah. Legally
but
do it.
I'm sure part of it, though, wasn't just pragmatism. She just wanted the little freak out of her goddamn building.
Yeah.
So the last couple panels would take a bit of explaining, but I can give you what I remember of Layla Miller, and it gets fucking weird, okay?
Okay.
Now, Layla Miller's actual ability is revival.
Of herself or others?
She has the power to bring the dead back to life, but there's a catch. They're soulless.
Ooh.
Zombies.
No. They're living beings. They have no soul. Their ethical abilities are, like, gone. And if you want an example of how this works, she once ended up in an alternate future. The future of the X and Bishop. The XSE, the Xavier Security I can't remember what the third word is. Executives, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And she ran into a member of the mutant resistance, this hero who was helping them out named Trevor Fitzroy. Which was kind of confusing because Trevor Fitzroy in the 90s comics was a notorious villain willing to kill a bunch of young mutants just to gain power and the ability to travel through time. It turns out that Trevor Fitzroy died during Miller's visit to that future. She used her powers to revive him. That's how he became the villain he became, because he turned into a soulless monster because of Miller's revival. Okay, which is a horrible ability. The ability to bring anyone back, but what you bring back is not the person that died.
Yeah, that's got a blow.
Okay.
It'd be perfect for a villain, but not so much for a hero.
Okay, here's the second part of this that makes this utterly fucked up. Her ability to know stuff, how she understands what's going to occur, it's not a natural ability.
What, she lives it?
No, further down the volume, Layla Miller turns into an adult because she never escaped that alternative future at the same time her partner, Jamie Madrox, did. Madrox went back within a few days. Miller stayed for a few years. She came back at approximately the age of 24.
Alright, I'm lost. What?
Confused.
Wait, that's not how it explains how she knows the future, okay? After she came back, she had a couple other adventures with X Factor, and then she disappeared. She ended up in Latveria as a scientific advisor to the local monarchy. Who is the monarch of Latveria?
Yeah, Doom.
Yes. She advised him to a certain degree, then ripped off his technology. She stole a force field generator and a time travel device. She used that device to appear to herself when she was 10 years old, used another device and hooked it up to the temple of her younger self, and downloaded an incomplete history of the next 40 fucking years.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, fuck.
But how does that history explain some of the details that she knows? Like, that next call is going to be important.
Yeah, and that's why it's an incomplete history, because it still gives young Layla Miller a chance to choose instead of being a slave to it like characters like Destiny and Mystique were. She has the ability to affect the future because she has incomplete knowledge of the future. David wrote an interweaving fucking twisted story. But, at the end of it all, in rereading it, this series, in my opinion, it may be almost a decade old, but it holds the fuck up.
Yep.
It didn't feel a decade old.
And just as a reminder, this is currently rumored as the TV series Fox is working on based in the X-Men universe.
That would be great.
If they do this, though, I would like to see this at like a 9 or 10 o'clock slot. I wouldn't even like to see this on network TV. They should put this on FX and crank up the rating. Yeah.
Yeah.
This needs to be off network TV because it needs to be fucking brutal and dark.
Agreed.
If it's happy-go-lucky, you're fucking ruining it, in my opinion. But as far as this, would you guys give this to other people?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I read this and I'm like, fuck, if anybody is above the age of 15, this is a great comic book. If you're below that, might want to send it to him with a reference to a good counselor. But, I remember really liking this series when I first read it, and rereading it, I was amazed at how much I wanted to read more almost instantly. I like this series. I liked it then. I love it more now. Especially having...
It's definitely unusually good, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, and it has an interesting shifting roster over the 80 issues it existed. Some characters left, like Wolfsbane, who went to join X-Force and came back pregnant. Shatterstar, one of the characters from X-Force, came in and started a relationship with Richter. Turns out Richter and Shatterstar are both bi.
Huh.
That was not alluded to until the moment where they hooked up together. It was really weird. And, Longshot also became a member of X Factor for a while, as did Polaris and Havoc. So they really didn't stay static. They added and subtracted members, I don't want to say willy-nilly, just at regular intervals.
That makes for keeping things interesting.
Yeah. And I give Peter David full credit. This is like the second thing that we've gone through that is utterly entrancing. Granted, it involved a lot of the same characters, but it seemed like in the transition from Madrox to X Factor, he had an even better idea of the voices of the characters he was working with.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a while since we've read Madrox, so I don't quite remember it, but...
Yeah. Actually, I should look up the next few conventions I go to, because I'd love to know where Peter David is. I'd like to talk to him for a few minutes about this shit, because it was just fun.
Did he come to Comic-Con?
I don't think so. Because Comic-Con is more about artists than it is writers. If he was there at someone else's booth, so
fair.
He wasn't listed. He was at Kamikaze last year. So he might be there this year, and he might be going to WonderCon as well. So I'll have to look that up. If I find out he's coming anywhere, do you want to know?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You know, maybe we can track him down for a few minutes and force him to speak.
Tie him down.
Which sounds really cruel now that I said that out loud. He's probably going to find me and fucking kill me for that. Or he'll put me under a strong guy and just fucking crush me.
Is he still writing for any comic book?
That's a good question. Last thing I knew, he did the all-new X Factor, which only lasted about 13 issues, and it ended about a year ago.
Right, we did read some of that.
Well, I read it on my own. I don't remember that being up for review. The unfortunate thing is the series really started to get good about the time Marvel announced its cancellation, so they only had about 3 or 4 more issues to tie it up. You know what I mean? I don't think you really got a fair shake, in my opinion.
It takes time to build some of this shit up.
Yeah, but Peter David has had a long career. He's actually worked on Supergirl, Aquaman, Young Justice, and the Incredible Hulk, in addition to all this other stuff.
Yeah.
So the guy is prolific. Oh, shit. I found a listing for him on comicvine.com.
Mm-hmm.
Get this. This is a list of characters created by Peter David. Not ones he's worked with, ones he's created.
Okay.
And remember, this is across Marvel and DC, so there's probably going to be a lot of names you don't know. Achilles, Agamemnon, Ajax, Andromeda, Armageddon, Miss Arrow, Ashema the Listener, Atlanta, Atlan, Briquette, Cassiopeia, Mario Chandler, Charybdis, Elijah Cross, Cyber, Damian Tripp, Rockwell Davis, Deep Blue, Delphi, El Dorado, El Muerto, Empress, Harm, Hector, Isolationist, Jason, Jazinda, Supergirl, Madman, Maestro, Mercy, Nasty Boys, Pantheon, Paris, Perseus, Phyla-Vell, Prometheus, Ramrod, Random, Rhapsody, Scylla, Sin Eater, Slab, Specialist, Speed Freak, Spider-Man 2099, Spider-Man 2211, Tracer, Trauma, Ulysses.
There's a lot.
I recognize some of those names. Like
there's some shit in here I didn't expect. I think Ajax is one of the villains from the Deadpool series. Cyber is a Wolverine villain. Damian Tripp, we just found out about that. Maestro, that's the evil version of the Hulk from an alternate future where he rules the landscape. Right. Phyla-Vell was one of the Miss Marvels. I think that was... not Miss Marvels, Captain Marvels. I think it was the original Captain Marvel's daughter. Random was a member of X Factor. Spider-Man 2099 is self-explanatory. The one that stuck out to me was the character of Jazinda. Jazinda would actually tell me more about where he's worked, because Jazinda was the daughter to the Super Skrull and partner to the She-Hulk. The character was introduced in a volume of She-Hulk, in She-Hulk Volume 2, Issue 24. That's where she was revealed to be a traitor to the Skrull race. So fuck, Peter David did some She-Hulk.
One name that kind of stuck out with me was El Dorado.
I think it's a DC thing.
It is a DC thing, but he, I think is that powers. You know what I remember from the recently canceled Young Justice series, teleportation powers.
I would need to find that. Hang on.
That's what I remember from the animated show, not the original Super Friends.
Sorry, I had to reopen the page so I could open up which specific character this is. El Dorado wears mystical gold. He was created for Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man #7.
Really?
He's a Marvel character.
Oh.
Hey, man, I was
El Dorado in DC, so...
Dude, I was as clueless as you were, so don't feel bad about it, and I'm the one that's supposed to read a bunch of shit. All right, so I think we've gone enough. I mean, X Factor sounds like almost universal, like, double thumb up, frankly.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Agreed.
I enjoyed this, and now I want to go back and read the volume of She-Hulk, because I'm curious if Peter David did more of that than I know of. So, let's see. Next week... God, where the fuck are we next week? We're still here, okay. Should we follow through with Jesse's suggestion to go read a few issues of the Cable and Deadpool series from like 2006?
Way back there, yeah.
Well, sure. 2006 is not way back there. Fuck.
I remember that year.
It was a very good year. No, I think this is only from like 2004.
So yeah, we're reading the original?
2004. Well, Cable and Deadpool, remember, their first team-up book was only in 2004. There was a Cable and Deadpool... There was a Cable series launched in 2008, but Cable and Deadpool was from 2004.
Right. And we're reading that miniseries that gets extended into a full-fledged series, then.
No, that was actually a full-fledged series when it began. The mini-series is coming soon after Secret Wars. There's a 6-issue Cable and Deadpool mini. So this was actually a full-blown series. This was followed the cancellation of their own independent books. Before this, there was a Cable series and there was a Deadpool series, and then they ended both series and launched Cable and Deadpool. And the series wasn't canceled until it made to issue 50 in September of 2008.
Okay.
So 2004 Cable and Deadpool, how many? All 50. Okay.
I'm thinking 6 because I think the first 6 was a whole complete arc.
Okay, 6 is fine, and this should be interesting because if I remember, no. This wasn't where he was introduced. He was introduced in Deadpool. I was thinking of Bob, Agent of Hydra.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was introduced in the Cable or the Deadpool regular series prior to this. All right, 6 issues is good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for tuning in. I invite you to roll with us again next week. It is Cable and Deadpool. Thank you very much. Have a great week. I will see some of you very soon at Long Beach Comic Con, and then next after that will be Kamikaze during Halloween. Have a great weekend. Have a great week. I am Jeremy.
Jesse.
And V.
Don't jerk and drive. Enjoy. It almost sounds disingenuous. Don't jerk and drive. Enjoy. That almost sounds like, but I wanna.
your hands off me! I can't let you kill those men, kid. Not until I find the sage.
I've been stalking that pig for a week now, charting his moves, and here I find not one but two of my targets, and you rob me of both.
Patience, man. You'll have your kills.
When I locate the sage, you're helping me take Bryn's. Got that?